Yeah, I see 6:02. So let's get started. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll for us?
Good evening, Mayor Groth,
Here.
Vice Mayor Amsler.
Here.
Commissioner Gonzalez, Commissioner Kennedy.
Here.
Commissioner Olivera.
Here.
Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll move on to the Pledge of Allegiance.
Jonathan, if I may, a point of order, we don't have additions, deletions, and withdrawals on the agenda tonight, but I'd like to make a request if I may.
Okay.
The agenda calls for public comment before Alex's presentation to the commission and the public. And I'm wondering if it might be of value for people to see his presentation before they comment, in case it changes their understanding of some of the things that might be in it.
I think that'd be fine.
Or what do you think of that? Alex is good with that. Okay.
Okay, do we need a formal motion to realign this, or can we just have consent?
Fine, if there's consensus, it's fine.
I'm okay with that.
You're good?
Okay, all right, great. So then, Alex, why don't you go ahead and get us started with your presentation, and we'll move on to public comment after that.
Good. Good evening, everyone. Okay. Good evening, everyone. I'm Alex David with Calvin Giordano and Associates, and I'm here to present the latest version of our proposed ordinance changes. And I have a really quick PowerPoint that I'd just like to go through and discuss where we've been and where we're going. Okay, so get rid of, whoops. So basically this first started about almost 2 years ago. I believe the first presentation was April 6th or 5th of 2021. So it'll be 2 years next week that this issue started to come up. So since that time, we've had multiple meetings, special meetings, and regular commission meetings, planning and design review board meetings, and we had the initial kickoff when we were hired. That was the community workshop on December 11th of 2021. Just wanted to bring up a few things. We're here, our charge was to deal with second floors, larger homes being built, and specifically second floor of those homes. But we also noticed that there were some things missing from your code. But I want to reiterate on this slide, the first bullet, there are no proposed changes to any first floor setbacks. Okay, so if it's 25 in the front or 35 or 50 in the front, whatever it is, it's remaining. Same with the sides and the rear. There are absolutely no changes being proposed for first floor structures. So tonight, I believe the issues are floor and structure heights, which is there's one item in the table, that the sector table that we're going to look at, for two items, floor and structure heights, and then specifically deal with 10.3.3, which is the new language that we've proposing to add. So again, I went out and took a few pictures of around South Miami Coral Gables, and I just really like this mid-century, so I threw this. This was a totally renovated mid-century house. So again, they didn't add anything to it. They kept it as a one-story. But it is actually in High Pines, which is unincorporated Dade County. So just took a few other pictures of two-story homes in the area. So there's some articulation, as you can see. It's not a box. So I just, as I said, I just wanted to go through and show a few of these pictures. Again, Some of them, there's a lot of landscaping, so it's hard to get, but again, this is a two-story, but they have dormers on the side. Another way to address this height. Now, this one, it's unincorporated Dade County, but, and I think it is almost at the max of, it's over 30 feet, I would think. Looks like almost a 3-story house. But that's what the county allows. The house on the left is in South Miami, and I just thought it was unusual that the second floor comes out farther than the first floor. So I don't know where the setback was taken from, but it was just architectural license, I guess, doing that. Now the houses on the right, there are actually 3 of them, and it was just unusual. I had to take this picture because they had planks going from roof to roof to roof. So that's how close these houses are, and they are boxes. But again, this is in High Pines, which is unincorporated Dade County, so the rules are different. Again, really nice house being built on the left, a lot of articulation. On the right, again, it's just a 2-story flat wall. And this is actually in South Miami, which is kind of surprising because anyway, the code has something in it, which I don't see how that got approved, but just my opinion. Oh. Is it? Yeah, okay. Is it? Okay. All right, and then there we go. Okay, so this is a house. Again, the second floor, the reason I took this is there is the first floor, and you could see how the second floor steps back a bit. It looked like a mini office building in a residential neighborhood, but it's a home. Anyway, I just threw this in because I've worked in, I think, 41 cities in in Florida, basically, what I do. And no 2 cities are alike. The codes are all different. So there are approximately 120 municipalities in South Florida. They're all different, or mostly different. So what I wanted to do is just start giving a few examples, and I have codes up here, and anyone could go into municode.com and pull up any zoning code you wish around the country, actually. But I just pulled 7, I think, codes to try to focus us. And if you don't like 10.10, 10.3.3, there are other examples that we could pull from that are maybe easier to understand. So Fort Lauderdale, I pulled out just one of their zoning codes for single family homes. They allow a maximum of 35 feet in height, but the minimum side setback is 10 feet. But again, it's doing what we were talking about, stepping back. So after 22 feet in height, got to step back a foot for every foot you go up. So that's their break point, 22 feet. Golden Beach, basically for us, it's 2 and 3, I guess. But well, number 1 talks about the height. So, and I don't get this one. The maximum height is 27.5 feet. I don't know why not 28 or 30, 27.5 feet. But what they do for lots that are like yours, 75 foot in width, they have a 10-foot setback. But if you have a 2-story house, you have to set the second floor back a foot for every foot up after the first 18 feet. So again, that's their break at 18 feet. So you could have, the way this is written, if you have a 60-foot deep house, 40 feet has to be set back in, like I just discussed, and the rest of the third or 20 feet can be straight up and down, a 2-story flat wall. So they have that break. So I'd call it articulation. 2/3 of the second floor have to be articulated and not in line with the first level. Golden Beach has the same thing, but they reversed, they allow up to 30 feet in height, but instead of saying, they just say it kind of backwards, that, they prohibit, they say 1/3 of the length of the sidewalls, and I'm sorry, Bal Harbor, what did I say? Oh, sorry, Golden Beach was the first one, example, 2/3 has to be set back. And then in Bal Harbor, they say kind of the opposite. Only 1/3 is allowed to be flush. So it's just the opposite. So basically they copied the language and redid it probably. But it's basically saying the same thing. 18 feet height is your break. A less restrictive code is Indian Creek Village. We just, here we talk about reducing massing and bulk and allowing for creativity and design. So you don't have these long, and these are big houses, obviously, long flat walls. So it's up to the architects, to come in with a plan that doesn't have this long, flat, wall for 2 stories, and their maximum height is 38. In Miami Lakes, again, their maximum height is 35 feet and 2 stories. And the way they regulate the 2-story aspect is lot coverage. So if it's a 1-story house, you're only allowed, building lot coverage of 40%. If you go up to 2 stories, it decreases to 35%. So that's how they regulate. South Miami, first floor is 10 feet, second floor has 15. That's it. Very, very simple. So they just do it that way. Lastly is Coral Gables, which is even simpler. All they say in the code, a general single family district, is 2 stories, 25 feet. So that's what they say, but their zoning code is unusual. It's basically by subdivision. So if you go into their zoning code, they have some other regs, but they don't talk about stepping back or anything like that. It's up to the Board of Architects in Coral Gables. So they really regulate things, but it's through a board. So this is it, 2 stories, 25 feet.
Some of the pictures you showed before were from Coral Gables.
Well,
Some of the examples that-
well, only 2, and that's, so I'm gonna go back. This house is on Gables Waterway on Alhambra, and this is a house 1 or 2 down. So these are the 2 in Coral Gables that do not exceed, obviously, the 25 feet. But again, if you go through and look at the 2-story homes, they're all very different. Some are modern, some are not. But this is in this area. When you get down to, like say Cocoa Plum, Gables Estates, the height is higher just because of the flood potential. So, but this is the standard code for citywide.
I'm sorry, but when you said but further into the code, it breaks down by subdivision. So for setbacks and other things. So you're just showing us.
Yeah,
height.
but it does not address, they don't address second floor issues. So that's why I didn't put it in here. There's nothing in there.
Specific about the second floor.
Right.
And in any of these, since you answered her question about the photographs, but for none of these photos, do we know if any of these buildings may have been built before some part of the code would have been passed? We don't know.
No, I know, I'm not sure about Fort Lauderdale, but Golden Beach and Bal Harbor have been like that for years.
Okay.
Coral Gables, I'm assuming that's been that way for years. Miami Lake since its inception, most likely, because that's something from the county code. South Miami, that is not that recent, but I know they did a pretty big change at some point some years ago. So, right. So these have been in existence for a while to see, experiment, I guess, with what the law says. Okay, so I'm just going to go through these slides and then we can go back and discuss, but what we had just put in there as a placeholder was just to put in, like I said, this mimics the county, 2 stories, 35 feet. So then we also discussed a maximum story height. So those are 2 things that we need to really discuss tonight. So we'll get into further detail, but this is the section that we added, 10.3.3. A coworker, he's the one who does the urban design. So this is what they put in place for the village's review. So I think that was it. There was one other slide, I think. Okay, so yeah, we did go to the design, planning and design review board on September 27th of this year. The comments were highlighted in this of last year, I should say. The comments were highlighted in yellow, and from them. So the next steps, hopefully after this meeting, we could go to first reading and get this thing adopted. So if there are changes tonight or whatever we do, if we can get them and get set for first reading, then we could go to first reading. And then the second reading would be the adoption hearing to be determined. So there's still, this is not the last, but at the first reading, there could be changes to the document. And also at second reading, if the commission wishes. With that, I'll entertain any questions.
One quick comment, since you brought up that our planning board met in September and provided notes. We all received a revised set of notes from them for this evening's meeting that the public probably isn't aware of. Shantae, I don't think they were put on the agenda, were they? So I'm the board chair is here, and I'm certain he's going to present them at some point. But just so everyone's aware, there's an additional set of notes that came to us. We received them yesterday, today.
All right, Alex. Thank you. Thank you for providing the information before we get into public comment. So at this point, we'll go into public comment. I heard that there was a hand up, but I think what we'll do is we'll stay with our normal order. Of course, we'll start with in person, we'll go to Zoom. And then I understand that there are several that need to be read onto the record as well. So we'll do those last. So for now, let's open it up to public comment for individuals here in the building. And we'll ask someone get us started.
George Marinoni, 1002 Northeast 119th Street. My concern, is about the change in Biscayne Park of how homes being sold. In the past, were mostly families buying a house for sale, moving in, maybe modeling the house, making an addition or two, swimming pool, or remodeling a little, right? Then there start being all these investors buying homes and selling for more money. And that didn't change much on the homes in Biscayne Park. Sometimes they put an addition, they repainted, remodeled the inside, they put a swimming pool and sold the house, they made a profit, it's good. But now we have new investors or capital investments in properties. They are living in the homes, raising the house to the ground. The empty lot is then being built with a new house at the maximum size allowed. So we have very few setbacks, as tall as we can. There are homes right now being built, one in 114th Street, one in 118th Street, one in 117 and 10, that happened. There's another one that was just sold in 117 between 10 and 11 that it's going to be raised down. And all these homes are not the typical house of Biscayne Park that we had before. And they are so that block, they look small. and they don't have enough room for trees. So I want to ask the commission not to feel shy about restricting the size of the houses. 35 feet is very tall. If you put flood leveling, now they're gonna raise the houses a little bit, the land for flood, and plus 35 feet will be. It's not in Biscayne Park. I don't know what is the tallest property here in Biscayne Park, probably one that 6, 8 is in on 6th Avenue, but that is not even 30 feet. And that's the tallest we have. So if they're recommending 28 feet, I think, or 27.5 by the code review board, or that group that was working, I think that was reasonable. I would go with Gables. Coral Gables doesn't have a problem for me. They have plenty of trees. They have beautiful homes. They're all different. It's an investment company with capital want to buy the house and level it. They will have to comply with the code that they have now. So it will fit into the community. If we don't do that, we only have 1,100 homes in Biscayne Park, no more than that. So if we don't restrict the size of the houses, they're gonna be equal to the. That's all I wanted to say. That's why talking for a while now, driving around, we have a bicycle and we go every day here and we see most of the houses and we see, but it's our opportunity to keep the village. For all the work everybody's doing, I know this is a lot of work and everybody's putting a lot of hours into this, so thank you.
I'm sorry, can you repeat your name?
Excuse me?
George.
We might want to remind folks, Jonathan, to speak into that microphone Ray directly. I was even having a hard time hearing him, and I don't think people on Zoom could either.
Good reminder. So when you step up to make comment, please just make sure you're holding it or you're speaking directly into it. So people can hear us here, but also on Zoom, because people on Zoom can't hear you unless you're speaking directly into the mic. Thank you. Any other public comment for in person?
Good evening. David Raymond, 11520 Northeast 9th Avenue. Good evening, everybody. For those of you who don't know me, in the last few years, I've started writing science fiction and fantasy books. One set in this very log cabin, which is reminiscent of what's going on tonight, because the book, that chapter talks about aliens. And I just want to remind everybody that we are all aliens here. All of us. We're not here 200 years ago. I don't think any of our ancestors, anybody sitting in this room, maybe some, I don't think so. We're living in this property, in this land. And I think that when you look at the historic nature of the village, and you see that, I think what's attracted many people here is kind of the old days. And when you look back and you see the homes, the mission homes, and you see the other homes and the unique styles around here, and especially all of the trees and the vegetation, I think that's what people are here for. Other people, as George just said, other people, developers are here to make money and to build big structures. And I guess, you know, it's capitalism exists as do us aliens. So we have to coexist with them. But I also think that it should be curbed in and not have what we're seeing around here. And I think back to the alien comment, because to me, the most important thing is when you look at this land development code, the reference to landscaping goes back to chapter 18A or 8, I think, of the county code. I used to be on the Parks and Parkway board, so we discussed that particular code a number of times. Whether it's actually followed here, and I'm sorry, I don't mean this as an insult to anybody. I just don't know that we have the expertise here within our public works or within our zoning department to even fully understand all of the landscaping requirements and codes. I certainly am not an expert. I'm not holding myself out to be one, But I think that we need that expertise because while we're maintaining all this, and as George said, he bikes around, I bike or walk or whatever I'm doing around this neighborhood for at least an hour to 2 hours a day, every single day. And I can tell you what is missing is our trees, many trees. And when I look around, and please don't kill me if you have a big white and gray house with a black roof and a big cement poured driveway, because some people love that. But that's all reflecting, and that's all going to keep warming up our environment and doing all of the things that we don't want to see happen. So I'll shut up in a minute, but I just wonder if, along with the Planning and Zoning Board, if I'm going to screw up the name of our environmental board, Sustainability Board, if they've had input into this, and if the Parks and Parkway Board has had input into this, because I don't see anything in there, or maybe I've missed notes that say anything except being consistent with the county code, which is very liberal and barely followed. Thank you.
My name is Joe Moore and I live at 1007 Northeast 115th Street. I've been in Biscayne Park. Actually, I moved permanently right before the pandemic hit. So in 2020, I had a full year to experience living in the park and walking the park and seeing what it was like. And, you know, what little ventures I did take into Miami, I could see how beautiful the city was, how beautiful the architecture was. What seems to have happened, and in particular, an article I read recently, is there's 8,000 units getting ready to be built within a 6.3 square mile area of Miami Shores and our area. We're going to have train stations all up and down, which is going to be great for commuter travel. But everywhere we turn, there's going to be these high rises and these condominiums. And I think part of the charm, and I know Mac has been pushing and pointing this term about Biscayne Park being an oasis in the heart of Miami. But we don't have to deal with the rules and regs of historic designations, which, you know, is fine. And I know that can really curtail homeowners. And we have the right to sell our homes to whomever wants to purchase them. But when you do talk to realtors and you do talk to people about the fact that Biscayne Park up until recently was affordable and people were moving here because you could afford it. And it was beautiful and it felt like a village, the village of homes. But we're going to lose that. And I mean, Miami Shores is fighting for that. And realtors we've talked to said this is, you know, unless we do something to modify the code somehow, I think we're going to have homes being eradicated and you're going to have homes being built. And we're going to lose the character of Biscayne Park. So thanks for letting me share.
Thank you.
Hi there, Dan Schneiger, 11705 Northeast 11th Place. I'm going to speak really quickly. I've got a lot to say and I want to try and keep it as concise as possible. So I know there have been a lot of emails going around. I've had the opportunity to read some of them. And first of all, I want to talk about what this ordinance is not. Okay, so this ordinance is not a way to stop people from building large houses in Biscayne Park. The changes being proposed allow, by my calculations, someone to build a nearly 6,000 square foot house on a typical 100 or 75 foot by 150 foot lot in Biscayne Park. So that's nearly 6,000 square feet. If you guys are familiar with the house on, is it 117th, the White House, 117th and 8th Avenue, the giant white modern house, that house, just for reference, is 4,271 square feet. So you're still going to be able to build a house that's almost 50% larger than that on a smaller lot. So let's just get this idea that you aren't going to be able to build a big house in Biscayne Park. Let's just get that. That's just not the case. So this ordinance is not a way to force the use of any architectural style over another. There's no mention in this presentation or in this ordinance that there's any architectural style and nor do any of the changes being proposed favor any particular style. This ordinance is not a way to scare away architects and developers. Some of you may know that my past career, I was an architect. I worked for almost 20 years as an architect until about 10 years ago. I worked on many different project types. And I'll tell you, the thing that all projects have in common is the very first thing you do when you get a new project, you grab your code book and you sit down and you determine a list of things. You just, first of all, the occupancy of the project, which in this case, these are residential projects, these are residential homes, and that determines the maximum building height allowed. And this is for all architectural projects. The maximum allowable square feet, the amount and type of windows required. And I just want people to understand that this is what architects do. I mean, this is why we have architects. And places that have stringent codes, that gives architects something to work against. When you have a stringent code, it causes creativity. It creates innovation is what it does. And that's what we want. We want unique properties in Biscayne Park. So really, I mean, architecture is about problem solving, and architects are not going to have a difficult time navigating these changes. They're simply not. These proposed changes are not new, they're not untested, and they're not radical ideas. It's actually just the opposite. Many nearby municipalities, and this is already mentioned tonight, but Golden Beach, South Miami, Coral Gables, Bal Harbor, they all have similar legislation, and they're all intended to do the same thing. Preserve the unique character of that community, and that's what we want here in Biscayne Park. This ordinance is not a major overhaul of our existing building code. Our existing building code already has requirements that dictate the setback on all sides of the property, location of mechanical and HVAC equipment, the amount, type, and desired location of windows, the amount of parking area required, as well as the maximum amount of developable area. The only thing that is being added to the code is a maximum height and second-story setbacks. That's the only new requirement. This is not something new or radical. Finally, I just want to tell you what I think this ordinance is. In my opinion, this ordinance proposes minor, reasonable changes, things already regulated by the current building code. These changes allow people to build large, thoughtfully designed houses that preserve the character of this community and maintain privacy between neighbors. That's a really good thing. We're really fortunate to have that here. That's what everyone wants. And we have it and we need to preserve it. I'll just tell, in summary, I just want to say, Mac and I moved here going almost 10 years ago. We used to live in North Miami, and we used to get in our car and drive a mile to come over to Biscayne Park to take walks because we loved the tree canopy. We loved the unique houses of all different styles and sizes. We loved the wildlife and just basically the quiet. So I know that some of these commissioners, I know the three of you are new and you're reluctant to make something that you see as a big or radical change. But I'm telling you, it's not. It's in the best interest of this community. It's preserving Biscayne Park for the next generation. And it's common sense. It's good design. It's making good design a part of our legacy here in Biscayne Park. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dan Keys, 1107 118th Street. Basically, I have big problems with 10.3.3. Said it before, you've heard it many times. Probably read a little bit about it. I'm just going to comment on some of the issues that things that were mentioned here tonight. We all have seen some of the interesting historic homes in our community get torn down. Weirdly, if you ask me, why not tear down what most of us in this room would call something that wasn't worth having there. But unfortunately, we've had a couple little modern houses. We've had a couple little Spanish houses and so forth get torn down. The only thing that's going to save that is a strict historic preservation ordinance with all of its restrictions, which this ordinance doesn't seem to have a problem applying to people who want to build a new house or build onto their house. But people who are against historic preservation have an issue with telling people that they have to build an addition that's in accordance with historic preservation rules and regulations. There's a thought that two-story houses cause you to have more lot coverage. Quite the opposite. You want to have a 4,000 square foot house, which is very typical in today's market. You either put 2,000 on the ground or you put 4,000 on the ground. And 2,000 on the ground and 2,000 up, or you put 4,000 on the ground. That's a simplification of the issue. But basically, if you're able to go up 2 stories, you're able to reduce the amount of actual lot coverage you have. Also, I haven't done the calculation, but when you calculate in driveways and walkways and pool decks and so forth, though, potentially you could do a 6,000 to 8,000 foot house, but if those are the numbers you use, but if you calculate in some of those other lot coverages that are typical for houses, the house gets small. You can do good landscaping in any house. I'm just going to leave it at that. It's interesting to me as some of the examples that were used were in cities where their base setbacks were anywhere from 5 to 10 feet. Okay. We have a very generous setbacks in our community of 10 feet on the sides and in the back at 30 foot or 50 foot in the front. So whatever you do, consider the fact that we already pull our houses away from the adjacent homes. And so there needs to be a height limitation. I don't know what that number is. I beg you to find out what high quality architects would like to do on the interior of a house in terms of a ceiling height. Okay. I don't think we want houses with 8-foot ceilings anymore in this world. We want 10, 12, 13, 14 foot high ceilings. That's what houses, if you go out and look anywhere in Florida at new houses, they have taller ceiling heights than typical 8-foot. The regulations as written are, I'm just going to give an example. If you have a 75-foot lot, which is very typical in Biscayne Park, okay, that allows you a 55-foot buildable frontage. And the code says, the proposal says that you can do 20% of that distance, 55 feet, on the rear side setbacks. If I'm interpreting this incorrectly, please correct me. Okay? Haven't had that done yet. That means this second floor in that location can be 11 feet deep. That is basically that is how deep your second floor can be. If I'm wrong, correct me. It goes up to 16 feet for the second floor to the adjacent property lines for a 100-foot lot, which is also typical in Biscayne Park. How the regulations in 10.3.3 are applied to corner lots is extremely confusing. I couldn't make sense of it.
Which one? I'm sorry. Repeat that then.
With the corner lots on how that's dealt with. Very odd language there that I couldn't interpret very well. The language, if it's trying to say something good, it doesn't say it clearly at all. And that needs to be cleared up. I have issues with automatic setbacks from both sides of the property for the dubious reason, frankly, of thinking that it provides privacy for the next door neighbor. Okay. I provide my own privacy in my yard. That's what everybody needs to do. Some minor things can be done, but I don't think requiring clear story windows, which are above your eye level in bedrooms in the back of a house is reasonable. I think I like looking out the windows on my 1-story house. People with 2-story house would like the same thing, looking over the canopy of Biscayne Park, getting a view. That's something you pay for when you get a second-story house. Okay. The idea that you're going to restrict the oddball that wants to look in his neighbor's yard with a pair of binoculars, this day and age, he's going to put a camera up there and just have it, and he's going to sit on his computer and look at it. Or she, I want to be discriminatory. So those things are, we're trying to restrict things that really shouldn't be and aren't with these regulations. I may have comments later on if that's going to be permitted, but thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody, and I'm sorry for being late. And therefore, I might have to ask this question before I proceed. You're talking about a new amendment or a new, and I don't know if I'm in the right place, but I'm Julio Blanco, 11041 Northeast 10th Avenue. I'm a fine artist and I own a duplex there on the very corner. It's a pretty little duplex, all pink and all Florida. It used to have a big giant tree in the front, and during one of the hurricanes, it fell, and it had to be taken away. It was very sad, but now it's completely open, the whole corner. It doesn't look bad. It's the way it is. Well, there's a new code that demands that all cars be parked inside a property line. And my property falls in that range. Whereas I already have that property since 1971 has on the swale an asphalt area. It's a huge asphalt area. Now, because the code changed, I was asked to add essentially an asphalt jungle, 8 feet by 12 feet minimum on each side of that already existing 30 by 50. So what you see when you get to that corner in any way used to be, because I'm complying, of course, is instead of a pretty little pink house with palm trees, beautiful character like what this village is, and turning it into an asphalt jungle for all intents and purposes. I've looked at this back and front, have the contractor look at it. All I'm asking from this committee is if someone could please go out there and look at this and study it with me. I'll be glad to show up at 3 in the morning if I have to, whatever it takes. But I think that the idea or the code, like everything in this village, like everybody has said here, this village has a unique character, and the unique character of it is that everybody's different and everybody's nice and clean, and you mess up on that, and you know that's property values go up. Everything is great here. I just think this specific, I'm not asking, like, again, I'm not asking for any favors. I'm just saying, please look at this before. And I'm in process. I got my contractor. I have a permit in process, but now they want to add this. That's another story, not to waste anybody's time.
Would you
That's
mind
it.
just
So,
repeating
I
the
don't know how to
address?
proceed that. Go to the office and ask for it, or just a visit.
Would you mind repeating the address?
Excuse me? Oh, 11041 Northeast 10th Avenue. My name is Julio Blanco. Right? Thank you very much for your time. I'm sorry for being late.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Today I'm here, Ezra Deutsch, 885 Northeast 113th Street. Today I'm here to voice my concerns regarding the Land Development Code to preserve and enhance prosperity in the village of Biscayne Park. First off, I don't think anyone would categorize myself as an obstructionist. I like planning, order, and clarity, and I don't want to discourage all the conversations and efforts that have been put forth already in this process. It's all valuable and will greatly help inform future additions, changes, or deletions. Tonight, I'd like to voice my opposition to the proposed changes in their current form. This legislation is too large in scope, and there are too many moving parts to accomplish all at once. These types of changes, which can have broad unintended consequences, is exactly when government is supposed to slow down and act methodically. I've listened to many of my fellow neighbors voice their concerns with bits and pieces of this legislation that is very meaningful to them, and even in their current form is not properly listened to, cared for. Well, even in this current form, if it's not properly listened to and cared for, this body will lose credibility. I don't want to see that in my elected officials and my community government. My concern at this moment has to do with seeing propaganda and claims that the current land development code is inadequate, and so it needs to be updated to preserve and enhance prosperity. Preserve and enhance prosperity for whom? We already live in an oasis in the heart of Miami. What are we changing? I have heard, and it has also been written, that this current land development code is a mess. And if we're tackling this large problem let's be efficient with our time and do multiple edits all at once. I'm here to remind the commission that effective government is not always about being fast and efficient. It's about listening and reacting slow to preserve freedoms. Remember, we are legislating people's property, something that Biscayne Park has neglected for quite some time, and we still live in an oasis in the heart of Miami. Some more propaganda also reads that this is about preserving scale, reasonable development, or on the flip side, Biscayne Park is in jeopardy because of unrestrained development. And I think, how many empty lots do we have? Why are we making all these changes to the code at once that has endured this far, with Biscayne Park not losing its small neighborhood charm? Also, news about Miami Shores development and North Miami density. These are examples of our neighbors are just scare tactics used to pass this omnibus code and not take the prudent steps to make the code in slow and careful way. Our neighborhood is comprised of individual owners, and we have very few vacant lots. This is an awesome side effect of decentralization. The churn in our village is slow, and it discourages problems akin to Miami Shores and North Miami. All I'm asking is that the commission take the necessary steps and vote this current legislation down, and to possibly bring it back in a manageable pieces, perhaps like this. Step 1, revising the organization of the original code. Step 2, fill in blank placeholders and missing definitions. And step 3, changing current standards. Remember, passing development laws just change future generations. It's never inclusive, it's exclusive. Thanks for this time.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if we may also invite those on Zoom if they would like to participate in public comments to raise your hand at this time. Thank you. Yeah.
Linda Dillon, 712 115th Street. Everybody that knows me knows I pick on verbiage, and I'm going to nitpick again a little bit tonight. Bear with me. Some of the things I just couldn't understand. So I figure if I can't understand it, I think there are going to be some other people who might not also be able to understand it. But between page 8 and 9, we talked about the outdoor cooking facilities and about them being undercover. And I want to know, is this going to include those that are outdoor facilities, but are perhaps not undercover or not under a pergola? Whether we could add that in there so that there's no confusion. Then on page 17, under 10.3.2A, it says there shall be no houses constructed in the village with a single level roof known as a flat top roof. And under B, it says there may be, or there must be 2 or more roof levels within at least one, blah, 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 blah. And it is when flat top roof construction is used. Well, if A says you can't have it, it seems to me that B is contradictory, and maybe the sentence should end where it says at the difference in roof elevation and leave out about the flat top part, because we just said we couldn't have them. So that doesn't make sense to me. There's another one.
Yeah.
Forgot. On page. Page 17, 10-3-2. It just seems that 1 and 2 are contradictory. Well, it just doesn't read right. To me, anyway. Then page 18, on the top of the page where you have B, frontage placement 1 and 2. I just thought maybe for clarity, it might be simpler to just say that 100% of the first floor of a building may be allowed on the front and or side setback lines rather than have two different lines that it seemed confusing to me. And then I didn't understand on B4 where it says when facing an alley, do you mean abutting an alley or do you mean standing in front of the property and facing with the alley in the back? I don't understand what that means. And I also don't understand what interior side frontage means, which is down at the bottom of the paragraph. That's all.
Good evening. I'm Tiffany Hill at 660 Northeast 119th Street. Bear with me, I have notes all over the place from listening to residents speak this evening, as well as trying to get my thoughts together during our crazy lives and jot stuff down that I'd like to just give my opinion and views on. So first of all, to me, just kind of listening to everyone that I've heard, being present tonight and some of the other meetings I've attended, it seems more of an aesthetic issue that we're kind of addressing, that we don't want this box modern house all over Biscayne Park. Seems like we're trying to preserve the charm and diversity of the different architect we have, and it seems we're all in agreement. That's why we find Biscayne Park so special, and that's what we're ultimately trying to do. I am pro that. That is one of the main reasons my husband and I moved here to start our family. But then again, you have people that want a modern home, a new modern home, which is fine. I like modern myself. I obviously would prefer a new house over an older house. You have less issues. So I think there's a way of doing both at the same time. I think it's really ultimately up to the architects and designers to help us with that, because you can build a new house and still have a design that fits in with the neighborhood, and having still A-line roofs and bay windows and different exteriors of stone, log, brick, wood, to keep that warmth and bringing the nature of Biscayne Park to your home design. So I feel we can achieve both, people that want a new modern home, but also still keep the charm and history and environment, of Biscayne Park with newer homes being built. I feel a lot of more so developers are coming, tearing down the houses, and then just building a new modern, home without kind of considering where are you building, what are the surrounding homes. You want your home to fit in and blend with the neighborhood and not stand out like a sore thumb, like where'd this house come from? It doesn't even belong here. So I think a lot, has to do, if you're building a newer home, architects and designers helping to preserve our overall look of the park. The maximum height of a home, I believe there should be a restriction. What that is, that's not for me to decide. But there's some pictures he shared, like there was a 3-story home. To me, it looked great, And again, I think it goes with the ultimate design and overlook of your home. If we had that 3-story home with the sides the same, the setbacks the same, and a flat roof, would we all like that? Probably not. It wouldn't fit in with Biscayne Park, but the one he showed, would fit in ultimately. So Are we gonna limit to where people can only have 2-story homes? What if somebody wants a 3-story home? So we have to keep that in mind. What are we gonna restrict there? Because what if we had an existing 3-story home made of stone? It still fits in. So we just need to keep that in mind with the maximum height thing, how we're gonna limit that. To me, I didn't really understand the difference between having a max height and a floor height. I know there's two different things because you can have 1-story homes, 2-story homes. So I'm like, if you have a floor height or a max height, isn't that kind of the same? So I didn't understand really the difference between that. The setbacks, I know now we have 10 feet on each side. I think that's plenty. I don't think the second level, it should go in more unless obviously somebody wants. Again, you can keep 10 feet on the second level and still obtain the look of the neighborhood. Dealing with privacy, you're gonna have people peeping in your yard if they wish, no matter what we do. You could have a single family home and be standing in your backyard and you can look over someone's fence. We have 6 feet fence. So you can have people look if they want, plant more landscape trees, something to help protect as much privacy in your yard as possible, I feel. I think you should be able to use whatever windows you want, the sides of the homes that I've heard, having those high windows. I'm not sure the name, but to me, I'm not a fan of those. I wouldn't like to be in my room and having the high windows. Again, I like having the natural light and looking out. If you're in the back of the house, the second level, and if you have windows looking out to your backyard, you can easily look over and see your neighbors. So why not have a window on the side of your house? Because you can easily look out your back window and see your neighbors as well. So I don't think we should restrain certain windows on the side of your house. I feel even those high, small windows feel more like an office building look anyways. And let me see if there was anything else. With the flat roofs, again, I'm not a fan of flat roofs. I think it's just more modern, doesn't fit in with our neighborhood. Modern houses are great, but again, it's just what neighborhood does that fit in? Another neighborhood, I know in Keystone Point, they have a lot of new modern homes with flat roofs. They can fit in there, but I don't think Biscayne Park is a neighborhood to have a lot of homes with flat roofs. So I feel if you have a flat roof, it could be in the back of your house and the front still A-line. That's what my house is currently. We do plan on building a second addition in the back of our house. So we're going to keep the A-line look and make sure the addition still blends with the current house and not do a flat top roof. So I think that just can be an option if some people need to do a flat top roof for some reason. It can just be the back of the house and not visible to the front, of the street. Yeah, I think that's about it. My notes are everywhere. Yeah. Well, thank you.
You. There's-
Hi, good evening, everyone. Gage Hartung, 1029 Northeast 114th Street. I'll address the planning board memo later if you'd like, but I wanted just to speak as a fellow resident. So I just did a little calculation today, and just by reviewing public minutes of the planning board meetings, we have 10 new developments, tear downs since January 1st on our agenda. 114th Street, 119th Street, 119th Street, 8th Avenue, 111th Street, 120th Street, 8th Avenue, 9th Court, 119th Street, 121st Street. Each one of these things is by a limited LLC or a developer. They're not residents renovating their houses. These are actually developers who have us in their clear sites. I'm not 10 since January, 10 applications on the planning board, agenda. Not many to scare, but I'm just letting you know, we are in the sights of the people that want to build larger homes. A lot of these are 2 stories, not every one of them. They do, the planning board I know is working. I'm part of the board. We're working hard to try and maintain, a certain, level of development within the village. On top of that, we also have another, 7, 8, homes that are being remodeled. And it tends to be that the homes that are being remodeled are actually residents that own property that live in them. So of that, a majority of them are actually resident owned properties. So you can kind of see what's going on where, people that live in the village are the ones that are, they're fixing up their houses, the people that are coming in. I would like to ask you to focus on the changes of what you're being looked at tonight. At the last meeting, we kind of got really segued into in the area and spent a lot of time on something that actually wasn't even part of our planner's original proposal. So I hope that you would focus on the proposed changes that came up through the planner, through the planning board, through the other boards. There, like it was said earlier, this is not any opposal to 2-story houses. It's not limiting the size of the houses. It's just trying to create some standards that would make the houses a little bit harmonious. And as I read out that list, some people might say that they don't mind having bedrooms overlooking, but when it's the house next door, when it happens next door, they're probably going to be a little concerned with when they're sitting in their pool in the house next door, they have a huge master bedroom window facing their pool. So these laws that we are proposing are well thought out. They've been in the works for 2 years now. It's not like we're rushing it through. It's something that has been planned and worked on. There might be some language issues to talk about, which I believe you are going to be working on tonight. But overall, the entire gist of it is actually good. And I hope you will move forward with this proposal. And if you would like, I can speak later about the memo that was sent out from the planning board. Thank you.
Thank you, Gage. Jonathan, may I ask him a really quick question? Sure. Gage, do you mind? So I just want to make sure I got it right. So you're saying that year to date this year, your board has had 10 projects brought to you for someone to tear down a house and build a new house in its
New
place?
construction, yes.
New construction. How many empty lots are there that you've already approved for that to happen that haven't started yet?
I don't know that, but I mean, I could probably just quick 4 or 5 maybe. I'm just trying to, 1, 2, 3, 4.
I can think of 5 or 6.
Five,
So, okay,
five,
so
yeah.
it's approaching that many again. And then just to tag on to that, we all got an email today from Mario that was quite interesting. I was one of the commissioners who asked for some backup information about construction in the past few years. We've been averaging about 3.75 new construction, new homes being built in the village over the past, was it 8 years? Yeah, it was since 2014. So it was over the past 8 years, 9 years, something. So 3.75 per year, and you're saying there are 10 year to date, 10 in
Just for
3
this year.
months.
I don't know about, I didn't
10
count
in
those
3
last
months.
year.
Okay. I just wanted some kind of reference there. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Edward Leva, 12015 Griffin Boulevard. I also sit on the Planning and Design Review Board with Gage. And he actually raised something that I was going to raise. Because another gentleman who spoke said, what's the rush? Got plenty of time. The code's been this way for a while, and look at our village. It's still great. It's still an oasis in Miami. I didn't have the exact stats, but I can tell you just anecdotally, I've been on the planning board now 3 years. In my first year on the board, anecdotally, I recall in the entire year, maybe 2, maybe 3 development, new construction by developers, tear downs. In the second year on the board, again, anecdotally, maybe the entire year, 5 or 6 of those projects in the entire year. And now, as Gage indicated, I thought it was more like 6 or 7, but it's 10 in the first quarter of this year, right? So this pattern is accelerating exponentially. So I don't think we have forever and a day to address this. I also want to say that I'm certainly not anti-development. I am a developer. That's how I make my living. So I make my living trying to maximize the value of properties. I'm a licensed architect. I'm a licensed general contractor, and I work in real estate development. And when this initially came before as my sort of knee-jerk reaction was, I don't like this. I don't like restricting design. I don't like restricting the property owner's right to do what they want with their property. I don't like doing anything that's going to diminish the value that someone has built in their property, the equity over the years that they've owned it, especially as Biscayne Park's values are taking off and they're thinking, wow, you know, I've really got a lot of equity in my property now. And so that was my initial reaction to the idea that we were going to start to try to rein in what you could do with your property. But ultimately, over time, and it's been quite some time going over this, I feel personally that what we've done is the minimum degree of imposition, if we can even call it that, on a homeowner's ability to develop their land, while trying to balance that with the needs and concerns of other residents, of neighbors, of people who care about the character of the village, of people who live directly next door to these developments. And I'm a little surprised, being in this forum now, hearing the people that have spoken, the degree of alarm that those who are opposed to this express, as if what's being proposed are some sort of draconian changes to the zoning code. And what it tells me is that really most of you aren't familiar with the code as it exists, because there's very little being changed in this code. Sure, there's a lot of reshuffling and there's a lot of underlining and there's a lot of clarifying points. Most of that is semantics language. There's no change in the number of stories. So you're concerned about someone who would like to do 3 stories. They couldn't, as it stands. Nothing is being proposed to change that. You're concerned about the driveway, the new code. It's not new. What's being changed is that you're being asked to bring into compliance. That's being enforced now, but the requirement to provide off-street parking on your property is not new, and nor is it in this change that's being discussed here. There's no change to lot coverage being discussed. There's no change to first floor setbacks being discussed. There's no change to architectural styles that someone can design. So there's no opposition to modern homes. People can still do modern homes. People can do A-frame homes. People can do, you know, mission style homes if they want to build a new one. It's up to them. There's nothing in this code about style. There's also nothing in this code addressing flat roofs, having 1 flat or 2. That's existing. It's not new. It's not in this change. The only things that of essence, of importance, that's being changed in this rewriting of the code is the setback on the second floor on the side, not in the rear, not in the front, and on the side. And on the side, we're saying, hey, 20% of your home can stay as it currently is in the code. The other 80%, we're saying, please, the higher you go, the little more that you set it back, as a polite, courteous gesture to your neighbor, who, again, those of you who don't think you care, you probably don't have one of these next to you, because I can tell you what we do experience at our board meetings when these projects are proposed is the neighbors who live next to it coming and saying, why are you allowing this? How can this be? Why is someone allowed to do this? It's so out of character. It's so obtrusive. It's so invasive. And we say, currently, there's nothing we can do in the code. They're entitled to do this, right? So we're trying to address that concern of people who live next to these developments. And so we're saying for a portion of the side setback, set it back a little bit more. That's it. No change to the rear, no change to the front, no change to the number of stories. The other part of that is the height. And we're saying instead of, and actually people will say, oh, we didn't have a height. We did have a height because we deferred to the county, which was 35 feet. Now we're saying 28. 28 is substantial height for a 2-story home in the village of Biscayne Park, right? We're not in the Redlands. We're not out in somewhere in suburban middle Florida. We're in a small neighborhood with small lots. 28 feet is more than adequate for a very nicely designed home to address your concern about what an architect might want to do. That's still 14-foot height per floor, more than enough. So we're talking about side setbacks on the second floor, and we're talking about overall height. The rest of this is minor cleanup in the code that has no substantial impact to what you can do with your property. So for those of you who are very concerned, please read the existing code, compare it to what's being changed, because what's being proposed at the end of the day is minor. And it's a balance between your rights as a property owner and the rights of your neighbors and of the community at large. And I think this code strikes that balance. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
28's in the board's recommendations that we'll see in a little bit.
We reached the end of in-person. Let's turn it over to Zoom if we have some Zoom comments. Madam Clerk?
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I have Jacob Murphy. Let me unmute him just one moment.
Thank you.
Hey guys, good evening. Jake Murphy, 11153 Griffin Boulevard. The last gentleman that spoke then did hit most of the nails on the head when it comes to that. My two things that I want to put in opposition here, if the county code and the county's good enough for a larger population at 32 or 35 feet, whatever that number is, and I don't have it in front of me, but why do we need to bring that down and what that is? The second thing is massing on the second floor to be able to restrict that back down is then going to create some odd shapes that are going to come from the houses for the architectural purpose to be able to fit what that is. So I want to oppose this in the way that it's formatted and it is today. It is not, and I agree, it's not as precarious, and I'll use the same word, as what a lot of the propaganda is that's out there. But Mac, I think that's something I've addressed with you as well, is throwing the term McMansion out and other things like that is swaying what this is, and it's changing the topic from what we actually need to speak to. McMansion is a novelty that was put in from a show called The OC, and it was put in as a fact of the basis that it's this big, modern, scary thing. And I think that as a representative of all the people, that you need to be very cautious of drawing a line that's following what your agenda is and then not looking at what everyone is. I'm also 32 years of age and I can buy a property here. I am a real estate developer. I am a general contractor. I do this for a living just like the other gentleman does. But I enjoy a modern home. Now, the code doesn't stop me from having a modern home, but it's putting issues on what I'm trying to do. The thing that I don't have a lot of clarity about, that I am concerned about as far as massing, is that I have a dual facing lot, which a lot of us do in this city, is if I wanted to have a secondary structure, which it is not 100% clear on if that variant can go through or not, but if I can have a second structure, what does that massing look like on that side as well? I think that there needs to be some clarification around what that's going to look like. If there is the ability to have the secondary structure, what does that look like as far as step back as well? And I'm talking step back from second story to be able to do that. But again, I think there's a lot of good comments out there. I think the fact that having the ability to be able to have 14 feet ceilings, Dan, I think that was you that brought that up, is no one wants 8-foot ceilings now. So to be able to have that and utilize the whole square footage of my home and maximize my value, that's what I want to look at. Guys, the thing is, we have no commercial in our city, and all of our taxable income that we all have to pay into is all coming from residential. And if we're not looking at being able to grow the city and being able to look at development, not as this scary overarching thing, but we need to be conscious of what is the going forward here. So I don't think in today's world, I think there still needs to be some conversation about how this gets put around on height and then the second story setback, because that's realistically all we're talking about today. I still think there needs to be the new councillors that are on the city board need to get a better understanding, because there's some veterans on here that have had 2 or 3 years to get a better understanding of this, and they're voting for us. So I think there's a point that we need to be able to better discuss this from a planning perspective and understanding those impacts on those buildings. But thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Murphy, if you would provide your address for the record, please.
Yes, ma'am. 11153 Griffin Boulevard.
Thank you. Mayor, we have Bob Anderson. Mr. Anderson, if you would unmute yourself and state your name and address for the record, please.
Bob Anderson, 11th place and 119th Street. It's 11th place, 11905. this has been being worked on for many, many, many years. So it's definitely not being rushed through. And with the building that's been accelerating, it is the code board, the planning board, and the commission has been seeing things that are missing from our code now. And to me, this is something that needs to be done. I am all for these changes, maybe a little nudging here and there on some of them, but they're very, very minor changes. Most of the stuff, like it's been brought up, it's just rewording, making it clearer of what already exists on our code board, on our codes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
I'm seeing no other hands raised on public, Zoom for public comment.
Okay.
So I have some that I would like to read into the record at this
Okay.
time.
Thank you.
Okay, Peg Evans, 677 Northeast 119th Street. I have lived in the park for 24 years and have seen a number of changes. Less birds, bees, squirrels, and rain. However, the people stayed the same. Helpful and kind, everyone doing the best they can to live a good life. But what does that mean? To me, it is to live in a peaceful place, quiet with respectful neighbors. Until now, we've had to establish parameters regarding 1, how far away from your lot line you can build. I hope I'm wrong about this and it won't change. Number 2, how high you can build. If we are sprawling mega mansions, we will lose the open green space that drew us here in the first place. I don't want to have the ability to lean out my kitchen window and turn on my neighbor's TV. That's way too close. Nor do I want to walk out my green backyard and instead of looking at a bird in the mango tree, I see a neighbor looking down at me, maybe with binoculars. I'd feel like I was living in public's parking lot. No privacy, no quiet, and instead noise and invading eyes. What would happen to the sanctuary that was once Biscayne Park? It doesn't have to be like this if we take a stand and say no. We don't want sprawling houses running up to our lot lines or tons of cube houses that look like the Jetsons, neither of which contribute to the relaxed ambiance that has defined Biscayne Park until now. Let's keep a harmonious mix of homes and keep the integrity and calm of Biscayne Park by respecting boundaries, both to the sides of our homes and in the air. Emilio and Elizabeth Martinez, 11940 Northeast 5th Avenue. Like many Biscayne Park residents, we chose to raise our family in Biscayne Park because it offered many of the positives of a small town life. Community green spaces, architectural character with easy access to the rest of Miami. We've lived in our home for 28 years. 4 years ago, directly across the street from us at 11935 Northeast 5th Avenue, a large single-family property with an architecturally significant home was sold to an investor. The property subdivided into 2, the home very quickly torn down, a chain link fence almost to the street with little setback, and that property in that condition remains to this day. Vacant, piled with debris and rubble, overgrown weeds and foliage, empty pool and a fish pond, a bayou and safety hazard. We stood before the commission 2 years ago, accompanied by several of our neighbors on our street to complain about the property, the eyesore that is, and the stagnancy of any development or improvement. The property was apparently sold again as is in 2022. We were told that the new owner plans to build a $3 million home on the subdivided lot. Because we see no movement at all, and it has been several months since the closing, we are expecting another few years of stagnation, and then if we get lucky and they begin developing the property, an additional few years of debris, rubble, work trucks, and the tearing up of the median, which gets attention from the park anyway. Once constructed, these $2-3 million homes may very well dwarf the single-story homes on either side and will certainly change the character of our street. While we are in favor of regulations that will keep investor-led unrestrained development in check, regulations that would include limits on the overall height of the structures and building out to setback standards to include quality of construction and a timeline of tear down and construction that makes sense and that is respectful to the neighbors around the property. We are not in favor of unrestrained regulations that would dictate architectural styles. It would seem that the modern boxes are here to stay. And not only in South Florida, surely they can be built to a high standard and to a pleasing character if regulations are in place. Surely they can be built according to the construction timeline that makes sense and that is respectful to the property owners around them. We live in an architecturally unusual home from Miami built in 1926. And we are pretty confident that when we are ready to sell, the new owners will tear down our home to build a much bigger modern box on our deep lot. We are voicing our opinion tonight on behalf of the community as a whole and on behalf of our neighbors to the right and the left of us for whom we feel responsible. Thank you. Catherine and Carlos Capo at 11149 Northeast 8th Avenue. Our household strongly opposes the new additions to section 10.3, architectural design. These new additions are unnecessary and will limit the families that need more room to grow. Strong arming families to have setbacks on the size of a second-story addition will not look unsightly, but we will force homeowners to cover more of their yard to be able to build enough space on a second floor. It really does not make sense having a setback on the second floor when the homes here are already not very wide to begin with. On top of that, it will push people to build over more of their yard, which will in turn take away more permeable areas and the flooding and exacerbate the flooding problem in our village. People will build larger bottom floors to be able to get the square footage needed for their top floor. We personally think it makes more sense for people to utilize the space of a second floor versus building over our village's large backyards, which is one of the things that makes our village beautiful. Another part of 10.3 we strongly oppose is only allowing windows to the rear two-third of buildings. This again is going to look unsightly and does not take into account the different styles of homes in our neighborhood. Yes, clear story windows might look nice on a modern home, but will absolutely not match other styles of homes. We also think that it is a major overstep of power to limit these types of windows homeowners can have in their homes. Another concern about only allowing clear story windows is for emergencies such as fires. 10.3 is illogical and a giant overstep. It needs to be voted out. We strongly feel that it will only hurt all the young and growing families that will one day need more space. We hope that the commissioners are hearing from the families and taking into account their needs. Genesis Troutman, 11220 Northeast 10th Avenue. I have a question to be presented. Landscaping and green space is the main characteristic of Biscayne Park. Landscaping requirements needs to be included in permits and plans. The contractors are removing trees and landscaping with no replacement requirements or canopy requirements. Many new construction projects in several cities require it, and as a tree city, we should too. Are landscaping requirements added to our new minimum requirements? Thank you for your time. Sally Barr, 11501 Northeast 11th Place. I am not sure I will be able to make it to the special meeting and would like the below comments read into the record. I am very much opposed to the building of these huge homes we call the McMansions in Biscayne Park. My husband and I brought our home here in 1989 because Biscayne Park was a very quaint and unique oasis in the heart of Miami. We would very much like to keep it that way. The building of these oversized developments take away from what Biscayne Park is all about. The neighbors that live next to these properties are not happy, as who wants people looking in their backyards and inside their homes from one of these McMansions. The impact on the community is awful. I honestly don't know of one person that is happy with them being built in our quaint little village, except the ones living there. Also, there's one on 118th Street, close to 11th Place, that has been under construction for a long time. And I understand they ran out of money and are trying to sell it as is, and it looks horrible. There are others that are underway as this meeting is taking place that only get worked on now and then. One at 114th Street and 10th Avenue, and another at 117th Street and 10th Avenue. I do not want construction like this in the neighborhood all the time. The roads are being ruined because of the huge trucks coming in and out. They are very out of place in our community and do not belong here. Nancy Davis, 11927 Northeast 6th Avenue. Hey, everyone, I just want to quickly share my perspective on the future of Biscayne Park. I've lived in Dade County for 90% of my life. I grew up in North Miami Beach. When I was a girl, seemed to me like a sleepy suburb, and pretty much everyone knew everyone else. We all went to the same school, etc. I have seen North Miami Beach turn into a large and thriving city, which is a good thing. I can also say that North Miami Beach has retained somewhat the character that I remember. In my teens and early 20s, I spent a lot of time in Coconut Grove. First hanging out because it was a cool alternative hippie place to be. Later, I co-owned a store in downtown Coconut Grove for several years. These, in my opinion, were the last of the real Grove. Before Coco Walk was built and turned into trendy restaurants, etc. Again, not necessarily a bad thing, but not the same quirky, unique place for the misfits to be. I also lived there for a time. Well, if you drive around the Southern Grove area, it is now mostly ugly. Tall McMansions, and the flavor of the Grove is pretty much gone, in my opinion. Now to Biscayne Park. I moved here 30 years ago, but spent most of my younger days hanging out here with friends who lived here, and later when I met my husband, Randy, his granny lived here. As most of you know, we bought an older house, one of the oldest in the neighborhood. We are both interested in history and keeping it alive. We have seen a lot of change recently, and a lot of it does not make me happy. I realize that progress must go on, but the lot next door to me on the north was sold last year. It is an old 50s house, which is in not very good condition. It is a half-acre lot. The new owner seems to be a land and or housing spectator, and no one has lived there since the sale. Great for the moment, but the land could potentially be a very large home or Airbnb, who knows what. We are possibly living on borrowed time. We both hope that someday, when we are not here anymore, our house, which was built in 1925, will still be here. I know it's probably not going to be, but I think the flavor of this neighborhood deserves to be protected and appreciated. Please be very careful in the decisions you make regarding the boom in the building. I understand fully that Biscayne Park needs to keep the funding going and that the world had to progress, but please do not let Biscayne Park turn into just a pass-through from South Dade to North Dade. Karen Cohen, 11323 Northeast 8th Avenue. Hi, Mayor, Commissioners, Chief, Village Manager, and Village Clerk. I'm writing you because I'm unable to attend Tuesday's special commission meeting, so I'm sending a comment about the proposed changes. I followed this issue closely and looking at the proposals on the table, I strongly urge you to support doing everything we legally can try and preserve the character of the park. It is so very important, not because it affects our property values, though it does, but because keeping the neighborhood atmosphere of the park is what I think we all want. I urge to you support setting a maximum building and floor height and other ways to constrain the size and presentation of buildings on our own properties. I believe this will attract more creative and committed developers rather than those just wanting to make a buck. I happen to live next door to a 2-story home that has balconies that can look into my backyard. And now this property is a short-term rental. Knowing that visitors can look into my property is not ideal, and putting ideas into place to limit this would be helpful. One never knows when a next door neighbor will sell to someone who also intends to run a short-term rental. I would urge you to become more strict rather than more laissez-faire about the proposals. If there are any problems, you can later loosen them. But it would be hard to tighten them later on. Thank you for the hard work that you do in the village. George and Karen Mariano. Did you want me to read? Okay. And I have one from Mr. Keys. Did you want me to read it or you're fine? Okay. All right. Lastly, I have Lori Mertis, 741 Northeast 114th Street. It is imperative that Biscayne Park sees the opportunity to strengthen our ordinances outlining the maximum footprint size and height of future development to avoid an influx of McMansions in our community. It is an opportunity to be in this position now before it gets out of hand. We have already seen what happens when buyers want new supersized houses. Developers and spectators want to maximize their profits in the city, and the city wants property tax dollars. That's the fate of Coconut Grove, who has seen its tree canopy diminish, character and charm dissolve with the demolition of historic or smaller footprint houses surrounded by lush greenery, only to be replaced by massive lot-filling white cubes. As one Grove activist said, the cube is not a design. It's a mathematical formula that produces the maximum build-out square footage for hulking structures that degrade the community. Tonight's ordinance is put forward as an opportunity to preserve the character and charm of our special city, protect it from the design-less development, and project a future that benefits with sensible building and zoning laws and conscious design that is harmonious with the scale of our community and natural environment. It's the place where I want to live. Take the opportunity to do the right thing tonight before it's gone. Yeah. Okay. I wanted to make sure that I captured them all. So, dear Mayor and Commissioners, Dan Keys, dear Mayor and Commissioners, at the last commission meeting, a mention was made to the number of parking spaces required for the new construction or new installation of developed parking. So, okay, that concludes public comments.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Having concluded public comment on this item, we will move into our old business 6A. Mr. Manager, do we need an introduction? Alex was our introduction. Okay, great. Is there anything further, Alex? Oh, the memo. Sure. Yeah, we can open up for a reply to public comment. Certainly. Hi, Art. Yeah.
So first of all, thank you, everybody, for coming out tonight. So a couple of things. There were some residents that mentioned that they were very concerned about, what's happening, the character of Biscayne Park and the tearing down of structures and whatnot, right? One of the things that I want you guys to be aware of, and I'm not necessarily saying that this is a bad thing, but in section 10.2.3 about non-conforming lots, I don't know if you guys have read that or if you know what's going on with that particular part of the ordinance. And that is that currently, if somebody has a non-conforming lot, okay, and they had it prior to, they changed the code that you have to have a 75-foot frontage, right? Basically, if you own the house and you sell it, the person that comes in can't tear it down. All they can do is fix it up, right? What we've done here, so that everybody's aware, is that we've changed that. Now, people can actually buy a house that's on a non-conforming lot and tear it down and build a new structure. So I don't know if because nobody mentioned that, and I don't know if you guys have read it or if you haven't read it. And I'll just give you a classic example. Some months ago, maybe it was maybe a year ago, we had somebody come before us for a variance. They wanted to sell the lot. It was a double lot. And one of the lots was non-conforming, right? So, but before they bought the lot, they wanted to come here and get the variance so that they could build. Well, we didn't give them the variance. We said no, right? So I don't know what happened. I don't know if they sold it. I don't know. But what I'm saying is, for those of you that are very concerned, that can happen now. With the change that's going on here in 10.2.3, that can happen. Not only can they build on a non-conforming lot, they have a double lot that one side may not be non-conforming. They can now sell that house, and the developer can develop both lots. So that you guys are aware. That's one thing I wanted to mention. The other thing I wanted to mention, and obviously, I've been listening to this now for quite some time. I'm not opposed to trying to minimize and scale back development on lots. I am opposed to 10.3.3 period. I'm going to vote against it. Having said that, I'm not opposed to the idea of what Miami Lakes does, which is 40% for a single family home, 35% for a second story home. That I'm not opposed to. So that is perhaps one way that we can try to scale back the development of a particular property. But currently 10.3.3 for me is definitely a no. So I just want to make sure that everybody knows that and everybody's aware.
Thank you, Commissioner Gonzalez. Do we have any other reply to public comment for now? Sure.
All right. Good evening, everyone. I just want to, first of all, thank you the amount of people that came today, Tuesday night. It's an important topic. Obviously, it touches skin of many, and I appreciate those that send emails, those that are here and have something to say about this. I think we are in a very tough situation trying to generate a balance right now. One of the informations I actually did request the manager about what's going on in terms of permitting and, how many houses are being actually built, like what's the number? Because that's the big question, right? We see them, but it's easy to get overwhelmed when you start thinking about all the damage to the environment that can happen. So it's easy to get scared about that. And to me, in the way I work, I try to go into data to understand what the actual situation is. And the feedback being that in the last 8 years, there is an average of about less than 4 houses as new construction in the village until 2022 was really surprising, because against a little bit of what's been going on for the past 2 years related to the ordinance, and hearing many of the conversations before me joining the commission, this was surprising. Very surprising as well to hear that since January, so within the first quarter, we have 10 homes. So again, it's a very hard balance to find. And I think at this stage, I'm just going to refer to thank everybody to put in the time and effort to, there's a lot of emotion being carried when we talk about character. That's another thing. These are very straightforward numbers. As you saw, many don't even understand. It took me many times, many questions, asking many professionals to really read this, to understand it. Is not a straightforward document. So again, I think all those emotions have to do with how you care and how much you care about the village and how you want to see this progress. So that's very valuable. And a lot of people do the same, they don't feel comfortable coming to these meetings and being in the middle, exposed with their opinions, because there are sensitive opinions from all around, and next door can be very tough on those opinions. So a lot of people, stay away from the mic, and I want to appreciate those that knock on my door, those people that answer my phone call or came after work. I really think without that feedback, again, this is not even possible, because it's not about what I think, it's about what I represent for those people that really have the interest to see this either changed or tweaked or completely, thrown away or really supported. So I've heard all of it. I just want to say again, thank you for engaging.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other reply to public comment at this time?
Okay, so I did sort of prepare something here as I was listening to people. For those of you who don't know, I brought this project to the commission 2 years ago, and we started working on it then, and it went through a series of things and boards got involved, and it's become quite a big project. It was born from my passion for and concerns about Biscayne Park as a community and what so many other folks tell me that they also value about it. Why they chose Biscayne Park to be their home and why they worry about it as South Florida changes so rapidly around us. This project may be my passion project, but I brought it forward after discussing it with many residents over a period of years, starting before I was a commissioner of Biscayne Park. So for those paying attention from the beginning, when I first brought this to the commission 2 years ago, it was unanimously approved by the then commission to move forward, and it goes through a long process. So I don't want anyone to think we've been dragging our feet or it's taking long for no good reason. Government works slowly, and we're required to do certain things and have meetings and send it through boards and send it to an outside firm, and then it comes back through boards. It's just the way things work. But here we are now. So I want to make sure there are a couple of things here I want to make sure everyone's very clear about. Some things that were never intended in this, and I will do whatever I can to make sure it don't happen as a result of this. This was never about stopping anyone from increasing the size of their home or building a big house, whatever that's supposed to mean. We have lots of big houses in the village, and what you could do in this code as it's proposed is build a much bigger house than we have in Biscayne Park now. For those of you who are concerned about the finances of the village, that means that we can increase our tax base with these much bigger homes that can still be built. The money is not a concern. This was never about eliminating certain architectural designs or mandating any certain styles. This is not anyone's attempt, certainly not mine, to turn this into an HOA or make cookie cutter homes in Biscayne Park. In fact, for those of you who have been involved since the beginning, you know that in my very initial presentation, the thing I started with was a celebration of the diversity of our architectural styles. It's something I celebrated in the presentation and said, it's not about that. Alex is nodding his head because we had lots of meetings and I said, no, that's not what this is about. However, also be clear that it will not save any of the architecture of this village. This will not prevent people from buying our beautiful little mission homes and tearing them down and putting something up. That was never my intent. We're not able to do that, nor was that my desire. Is it my personal interest as a human being that wouldn't happen? Sure. But I don't own 1,100 homes in Biscayne Park. I own one, but that was never the intent of this ordinance. And nothing here will protect those homes. Be clear about that. For those of you who are saying save our homes, this is not a save our homes kind of a project. It's not going to do that. This is never about stopping anyone from building a 2-story house. Those are the things it was never about, and it still isn't tonight. So from the very inception, it wasn't about those things. It isn't as we sit here tonight. And if anything in this indicates otherwise, and there are some things that sound like that or could be read as that, I'll be the first and the fieriest person up here on this dais to make sure that doesn't happen. Okay, so everyone be very clear about that. This is not my personal agenda. So what is it about? It's about striking a balance between development, it's happening, and preserving the scale of the village. When you have a home and you change the height of it, the mass, the profile of the building, you also change those very things to the village that it sits in. Your house isn't in a bubble. You change that on your property, you also change it on your block, and you change it in Biscayne Park. We are a village of 1,100 homes. Gage told us that year to date, there are 10 applications for new construction. That's 1% of the homes in Biscayne Park. Think about that. 1% of the homes in Biscayne Park in 3 months slated to be torn down and replaced by something. So it is a large number. It's a startlingly large number. So this is about the greater good between constraining development and protecting the village. That's what we're here for tonight. As we sit here, our code is glaringly missing some constraints that I'll remind you other communities include in their code. We're not dreaming anything up here. This is all stuff that exists in other municipality codes, and Alex showed us some examples of that. Really, at best, what we're doing is trying to determine what we're going to cut and paste and put into our code. From the very start of this, I've been screaming it from the mountaintops. I made sure to the best of my personal ability that people in this village knew this discussion was taking place, whether they agreed with me or not. I have sat down with so many people to have this discussion. I asked people to engage, and engage you all did publicly and privately. So I just want to thank everyone who engaged with me on social media, in lots of private meetings, on the street, at public events, in Publix and Aldi, where Dan won't even go with me anymore because he's done having these conversations at Publix. And at 14 public meetings and here this evening. Special thanks to our planning board. We are very lucky to have the talented people on that board to work on this for free. I'll remind you, for free. We have a team of five highly skilled and talented professionals that charge a lot for their expertise, and we get it for free. So thank you guys for that. So commissioners, it's time for us to get to work. I'm going to say this, 1033 needs some work. I'm not happy with it either, Art. So there's nothing, if you put it in front of me and said vote on it right now, I'd have to say no myself. But the bones are there, so let's get to work on that. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Commissioner. Do we have any other reply to public comment at this time? Okay. Okay, great. Just generally, I'd like to thank everyone that's here today and everyone that was here on Zoom, everyone that sent in emails, everyone that took calls. This is a level of engagement that I have yet to see in our short tenure, but I'm very grateful to hear from all of you, no matter what what your opinion, I very much appreciate it. It gives us clarity. So thank you. So if we have no other reply right now, let's go into discussion on the item. Do we want to hear about the planning board memo? I guess we can call it that it was sent out to us.
I would like to, I mean, I read it, we all got it.
Right.
I'd like Gage to present that to us. So the I'm afraid we'll discuss something they don't know about.
Sure, Gage, sorry, go ahead, Commissioner. Sure.
While we wait for, while we wait for Vice Mayor to pull it up, engage to approach the podium, with apologies, I omitted one public record that I do need to read into the record.
Okay.
It's from Brian McNulty. I'm sorry, I had a lot. But I want to make sure that I acknowledge and read everyone's comments into the record.
Thank you. ma'am.
Brian McNulty, 1008 Northeast 116th Street. This has been a long time in the making, so I'm glad to see it finally coming into an actionable stage. I support the proposed changes to the Biscayne Park Land Development Code, primarily to provide a height limit on buildings. Looking through what other municipalities have, my preference would be a 25 maximum height above BFE Coral Gables in South Miami, for example, or a maximum story height of 12 feet. 12 feet. The proposed language regarding the placement of a second story windows and balconies seem appropriate, as does the increased frontage setback with increased height. Excuse me. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And with that, Gage, if you wouldn't mind, please, presenting for us the memo that we received from the planning board.
All right, good evening, Gage Hartung, Planning and Design Review Board, Chairman. So after your initial review in January, there was a number of questions that were brought up. The planning board met and decided to try to address your concerns. So we had a meeting and we discussed it during one of our meetings. It was, at the end. So I'll just read you the memo, so it's in the record. Below, please see recommendations made by the PDRP, which is the planning board, during our meeting of March 20th, 2023, during the Village Commission January and February special meetings to review the proposed LDC changes. A number of questions were brought up. The PDRB reviewed these questions and would like to make the following recommendations. Table A, that a maximum building height to be 28 feet from base flood height. We based that on a number of projects that are currently happening in the village. We looked at them, we kind of got an average and came up with that number. The initial 35 feet, well, again, as was mentioned, is the county code. And so the initial was why it was brought into our code. We just basically grabbed it and brought it into our code. So now having looked at it and discussed it and gotten the concerns, that is a little out of scale for Biscayne Park. So that's where we make a recommendation for 28 feet. Also, there was another question of what would be a maximum for one story, because the comment was made, somebody could have a 35 foot high, 1-story house. So we looked at surrounding villages. We got some input from Alex, and we came up with the number of 18 feet for a 10-foot side, maximum building height up to 18 feet at 10-foot side and rear setbacks. So that would mean the maximum at 10 feet would be 18 foot high. Third thing was anything above that, up to the 28 feet would have to be set back the additional 5 feet. So we stated that you could go up to 10 feet, but if you go above that, up to the maximum of 28 feet, you'd have to set it back additionally 5 feet from the required side and rear setbacks. This also is subject to the additional restrictions or guidances that are further down in the code, which is the portions of the percentages and things like that, which Alex can address. I think there might be some proposals on that, but that's something that the village or the planning board required. Also, we wanted to clarify because we do have planners and we have architects on our plan board, and the height is measured. The overall height is measured from the base flood elevation plus 1 foot per the FEMA requirements. So whatever FEMA sets it at, it needs to be 1 foot above that. And I understand that is a standard in the building industry for base flood elevations. Our board discussed it. We were all unanimous in our comments, and we provided this memo to you with those comments. If you have any questions, I'll take.
I do have a question, Gage. Thank you for presenting that to us and the members of the public that are here and watching. Just going back very briefly to the max height, the 28-foot max height. Can you just say for me one more time how you guys came up with that number? I know you said average, but I just want a little bit more clarity on that number, if you would, please.
Well, we were clear that 35 is too big for the village. So what we did was we looked at some recently approved projects. We also went around and looked at particularly a couple of properties that are being constructed that were in the 26 to 30-foot range. And just by visual averaging, I guess it would be say, there was no scientific thing why we came to 28 feet. It's just that it was a number that we came to that we figured 2 14-foot floors would give people generous, opportunity to put higher ceiling, first floors, second floors, if they did wish it. So that is how we did come up with that number.
May I ask him a follow-up question to your question? Gage, 28 feet, help me with that, please. Can you get to, we don't allow flat top buildings, flat roof. So can you get to 14-foot stories from a 28-foot building in Biscayne Park?
No, I mean, you have trusses, you have.
So what would for people who are interested in the interior spaces of their home, what would you get from 28 feet?
I would leave that to maybe our.
Maybe Ed could jump up there. You're gonna have to jump up to the microphone. Yeah.
That question depends on the type of roof system you're doing. So if you're doing a mid-century modern home that has a flat roof, which we allow, but you have to have more than one roof plane, that total assembly of that roof is maybe 1 foot. So at that point, if you have a 28-foot max, which we take from base flood elevation plus 1 to the top of the roof line, you're still talking about 13-foot clear heights to the ceilings in those spaces. Now, of course, that's if you're 2 equal heights. Most people say, well, first floor I want 16 feet, and the second floor I'll do 10 feet. Because in the second floor in their bedrooms, they're not looking for 16-foot vaulted ceilings, right? So there's obviously lots of play and nuance in that overall 28-foot height and how you divide that over 2 stories.
So someone for whom the interior space is important, are you comfortable as an architect that a 28-foot house could accommodate a nice big open space on the first floor and a roomy enough second floor for bedrooms?
Again, balancing our community, scale of our lots, the scale of our homes, and that we're not, keep in mind the county's regulation of 35 foot applies to many different types of properties and areas and neighborhoods, some of which have, multiple acre lots on them, right? In our community, I'm very comfortable that at 28 foot max height, you can both have a generous ceiling height in your home and be contextually appropriate with the rest of it.
Understood. Because is it Coral Gables that's 25 feet?
Yeah.
Theirs is more limiting than ours. Okay.
25 was discussed among the board,
Mm-hmm.
but knowing that there are residents who are concerned about any change to the overall height, we felt 28 allowed some.
Okay.
generous.
And then last question on that topic. The explain base flood elevation +1 for people who don't understand that. If Dan and I wanted to tear down our house today, would our new house sit where our current house sits, or will it be lifted, or is everyone not required to do that?
So the issue there is that if you live in a flood zone, which virtually all of Biscayne Park is a
Mhm.
flood zone,
Mm-hmm.
FEMA requires any new construction, habitable use, like a single family residence,
Mhm.
that your first habitable floor, so not your garage, right? Because you're gonna
Yeah.
park at grade, but your first habitable floor, so your ground floor, has to be at the base flood elevation established by the FEMA firm maps, +1 foot.
Okay.
Right, so you can't be at base flood elevation, you have to be 1 foot above that. So we're proposing that you establish the height limit from that level, so that you're not penalizing homeowners that 1 foot they would lose by having to
Right.
be a foot above base flood elevation.
Understood. And the base flood, that number that the house either, in other words, the ground has to either be built up or the house has to be up on what will amount to stilts to get that first floor up to that height.
Yeah, but still, in most of the village, it's at base flood elevation of 7. Most of the lots around here are at 5 to 6. So most homes can step up feet from the atmosphere.
Okay.
Where you are, what the elevation of your property is.
Okay. And that number is variable. That changes. FEMA could change it in the future and that number.
Years, they're redoing it now, as a matter of fact, and actually they're lowering base flood to 6.
Okay.
Yeah, well, it's in public review period, I believe.
Sorry?
The FEMA, the new maps, I think that are in the public review period still. So they presented what are the new flood elevations, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, typically, I believe they changed or they reviewed everything every 4 years or so.
Okay. So in other words, we're looking at it, if we were to follow your board's guidelines, a 28-foot house plus a couple of feet to account for this. So the house that you'd be looking at when you stand on the street will be 28 feet and a couple of feet, maybe more.
Again, property different building,
Right.
but
Probably a couple feet. Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, we'll say it's a 30. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Still have.
Mm-hmm.
But if you have a drop here, that's probably.
Okay. So you could still have 12-foot, 12-foot floors plus something. Okay.
Again, could be higher in the first floor.
Yeah. Gotcha. Okay.
I have a follow-up questions to that, if you don't mind. So what's the minimum height of a standard floor that you guys usually see for approval? What's the minimum that you require? Okay,
Spaces, average home, they're
yeah,
9. Sorry, contemporary homes, maybe they're 9 to 10.
got it.
Um,
But the
the
minimum
new
require would be,
large development
yeah.
homes, yes, they're 12 feet, 13 feet. Again, at some point, when you've got a bedroom that might be 14 by 14 feet, you don't have a 14-foot ceiling because it feels like a fun house, right?
Yeah.
There's a portion of the clear height you want in a room, depending on the size of the room. Maybe your living room, that's 20 by 15 feet. Yes, you'd like a nice 13-foot vaulted ceiling in there or something, but
Got it.
I don't think I've seen many projects where they're doing, 15, 16-foot single stories. It's just,
But in average, besides the fact that it's 7, the minimum, but by the building code, I'm saying in the village that you see, what it would like 9.
I haven't been in that many homes
Yeah.
in the village, but I would
Okay.
venture to say that most of the older homes probably have an 8 to 9 foot ceiling in their bedrooms and maybe 7 foot to 8 foot in their bathrooms.
So in the last 10 ones that were actually came in since January that we were just talking about, do we have an idea on those? What did this
Again,
house
there's
come
so many
in?
variations in the design, but let's
Yeah.
say some of them have a double height living room space or an entry foyer, right? And maybe that is 16, 18 feet, but even in the single level parts of the house, maybe 10 feet. We've seen.
Got it.
Yeah, I mean, 10 feet is still a generous height.
Yeah.
From a developer's point of view, from a homeowner's point of view, I think as well.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. It's my understanding that we missed someone on public comment. Do you have control of it, Madam Clerk?
Thanks, Mayor. Hi, it's Rachel Streipeld. I was just going to ask if you could repeat Gage's responses because it was really hard to hear him on Zoom. Sorry to be that person. Sorry, Gage.
Was it the last comment you had question?
There was kind of a stream of conscience, I think. So is there any one particular item that you missed that you'd like repeated for the record?
Thanks, Mayor. The back and forth about the minimum height would be helpful. If someone could just summarize.
If you can.
As the mayor mentioned, it was a bit of back and forth. I think I was asked at the beginning on a 28-foot maximum height home, what sort of clear floor heights would you have in a 2-story home? Again, it depends on the type of roofing assembly that you have. If you have a typical Spanish Mediterranean with a gabled S-tile roof, again, maybe that's going to take up 3 to 4 feet of that height for the roof line. So instead of 28 foot, you might have 24 foot, which you could then spread over 2 stories, however you see fit. 12 feet each level, 14 feet at the first floor and 10 feet at the second floor. Or if you have a mid-century modern or one of the contemporary sugar cube homes, as some people refer to them, your ceiling assembly, your roofing assembly might be only a foot at that point. So of that 28 foot, you have 27 feet left over to distribute over 2 floors, how you see fit. So that was one question. I think another question was what the average ceiling height in homes in the village currently is. And it's hard for me to answer without having been in many of them, but I would
In the
venture to
last 10
say
that will
8
presented
feet.
around 8 or 9.
Yeah.
Okay.
8 to 9 foot.
I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
So most, to answer your question, right? Mechanicals is going to take up space, right? Most architects are going to put that sort of ductwork and equipment in hallways, in bathrooms, in kitchens, so that those areas are lower. And then your bedrooms, your living room, they don't have ductwork typically running over them, right? So sure, ductwork, again, millions of variables of the size of the house, but maybe you'd lose 2 foot of clear ceiling height in your hallway, in your bathroom, in your kitchen, but you probably won't have that in your living room. But again, it depends on the home and all the other conditions.
Thank you.
But just to clarify, the board is, their new proposal, which would impact 10.3.3, is max height 28 feet from base flood +1, maximum floor height of 18 feet, and the setback beyond 18 feet is +5 feet. Is that it, Gage? Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry. Maximum building height of 18 feet.
The first one
Oh,
is actually sector table A. The actual overall height.
Alex, if you can speak closer to.
The overall height is recommended at 28 feet. So that would be a change to sector A. The table A sector table. Then if the any proposed floor height, I'm sorry, you have my memo, so.
Sorry.
Just the
products.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not a printed one.
So the 28 would go in the table. Maximum,
That's it.
if we, yeah, basically that's it.
Yeah.
Or we can also put in that the height is measured from base floor elevation plus 1 foot. No, I didn't say that. The house is 28 feet. The overall height would be 28 feet. The height would be measured from the base flood elevation plus 1 foot. That would be, I would act that as a note. Right, so, anything above 18 feet is where when it steps back.
So it doesn't say that that a single story house ends at 18. It could be a 28-foot single story house, but at the 18-foot mark up the wall, the house has to come in 5-foot additional setback. So that additional height, that additional 10 feet is brought in. So you have a house that is brought into conformity on setback, but it can still be a single story 28-foot home. And if I'm understanding this correctly, that also the house would not be, and Ed or Gage, jump in here if I'm not saying this right. The house doesn't have to sit at the setback, at the 10-foot setback line. If you wanted to build a straight lined house, you could bring the whole thing in to that 15-point mark and shoot the wall straight up to 28 feet and have that contemporary style straight line house that's what I'm saying. This is not dictating that style in any way. You could still just use that 15-foot setback mark and build a straight line, shoom, right up house, but it's just pulled back a little bit. So it accomplishes what the setbacks accomplish, but it also maintains the ability for an architect to design it in that style. Is that correct? Okay, so that's where we accommodate for different architectural styles.
But I thought someone mentioned that we can just do a 1-story house and just say 18 feet. And
Yeah,
a 2nd-story house, a 2-story house, 28 feet. So isn't that just simpler?
Well, that's
it.
That's what he said. I'm just saying, when you,
We're not gonna allow a 28-foot 1-story house. That makes no sense.
yes, you would, that's what I'm clarifying, Art, is if you look at this and you say, what could I do with this? It would allow you to do that. I'm just clarifying, it would allow you to do that.
Exactly. So no, that's dumb. Who's gonna build a 28-foot?
I'm not saying I want to build one. I'm reading it and saying,
Yeah.
this is what it would provide for. I think Valerie wants to say something.
Madam Attorney.
No, I just want to make just in terms of order for the agenda. There was public comments, there was commission reply to comments. I know we let the planning board make their comments, but if we're going to go ahead and go into the item and start having discussion amongst the commissioners, I should read the title into the record, do a motion, and we can begin.
Mallory, give me 1 second.
Sure.
I did not get the memo, like literally, like it sounds like a movie. Gente, if you could please share with me the memo. I don't know if you were the one sending.
Planning board memo.
The planning board memo that was read. Yes, please, because I don't have it.
Okay.
Because that's what I was trying to take notes. Appreciate it.
Madam Attorney, thank you for mentioning that. If you could please read the ordinance for us.
Great. An ordinance of the Village Commission of the Village of Biscayne Park, Florida, amending the Biscayne Park Land Development Code to preserve and enhance prosperity in the Village of Biscayne Park by modifying Chapter 2 definitions, Chapter 4 housing, Chapter 10 design and improvement standards, and Chapter 17 fees, bonds, and charges, providing for repealer, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for codification, and providing for an effective date. And if I may, I know there has been robust public comment at the beginning, but this is a public hearing. So if anybody has another opportunity to be heard on this specific item before the commission votes on it. First reading.
No, this isn't first reading.
No?
Special, this.
No, this is just, this is special.
Sorry, I misspoke. Second reading.
This is, no, this is, listen.
Okay, I apologize. I was not here at the last meeting
That's
when you
okay.
guys scheduled this.
It's okay. No, this is not the first reading. This is simply a discussion item for this evening for us to clarify
Oh.
some of the additional items that we had not yet discussed as a group.
Oh,
It's okay.
my apologies. I'm sorry. I was
No.
not. Ed covered the last
Unnecessary.
meeting when you guys scheduled this meeting. I thought it was for first reading.
Not tonight. No,
Oh, well, in that case, my apologies.
it's okay. All right. So now that we have that clarified, let's go back where you were discussing the changes or the updates to table A.
Sorry. Yeah.
But also the good thing is, we can still change stuff here, right?
Oh, yeah, we're not,
So.
yeah. We're having a discussion. If we come to a consensus, and then Valerie can go turn it into something and bring back to us. This is simply a discussion tonight.
I'd like to
All
clarify.
right, I thought you had a question about the height before Valerie stopped us.
No, I didn't have a question. I was just
Okay.
questioning the 28-foot that, obviously that makes no sense to have a single story, 28-foot. I mean,
Well,
I
to-
like the idea of limiting this, the one to 18 feet and second, and the second to 28, and that's it.
Then what you would want this to change to, based on what the board gave us, would be maximum building height 28 feet, maximum floor height 18 feet. Those two things together, rather than having it say at the 18-foot point it needs to come in.
No, that's not what I said. Single story house, 18 feet, 2-story house, 28 feet. And that's it.
That's it.
Long. Simple. We got to make these things simple. Everything is so complex. It's just ridiculous.
Alex.
Well, no,
Okay.
I'm trying to get, where we're going because it's been a very long process. So tonight, I think we need, if we're making suggestions, get consensus from the commission. So Valerie and I can work on getting this to first reading.
Yes, I agree. I think right now, and at least in my own head and how we're doing this, is we were just simply discussing the changes, the proposal from the planning board with respect to the maximum height restrictions in table A. And then my assumption is that we would then move into what we hadn't addressed. I know we spoke some about 10.3 so far, but 10.3.3.
The consensus on what we just, what the commissioner recommended, and if that's your consensus, then we'll change the table A to get that in there.
I guess what
That's
you're
what we
asking
were
us
in the
is, if
middle of.
we're gonna look at one thing, you would like us to determine the maximum building height. Okay. I'm happy, I'll just say it. I'm happy with what the board recommended. I think 35 feet is way too high for Biscayne Park. I've driven around. I've looked at the other buildings. I know how tall they are. And some of the ones that look really tall are below 35 feet. They're well below 35 feet. So I look at them and go, yowza, add another how many feet on top of that? So I think the board struck a really good middle ground, and they seem to have considered some architectural, desires in there. And I think it makes sense.
Can we add,
5 feet.
can we add one story, 18 feet? Okay, cool. Then I'm good with that.
I'm good with that too.
No setbacks. No setbacks because we're only, no setbacks. There's no setbacks because we're only allowing 18 feet. Well, there's 10 feet setbacks for a single story home, but correct. So 10, but because we're limiting it to 18 feet, now there's no additional setbacks required. Right? Correct? Am I wrong
Or
here?
are we talking
First floor, first floor.
No, there were no
Okay,
setbacks
right.
proposed to change the first floor.
Exactly. Now, 28, the 28 feet, the setback issue, that's a whole nother thing that we got to talk about.
Correct. That's a
Okay.
part of 10.3.3.
But now we're just
Getting
talking
there.
about heights, right?
Correct.
Okay, heights.
Yes.
18 feet.
max,
That's correct.
18 single
Yes.
story.
Okay, cool.
So just to clarify, in the table, maximum building height, we're gonna break it out. I'll change the wording, but 1 story, 18 feet max. 2 stories, 28. Okay, so it'll be clear in the table.
Can I play devil's advocate, Art? And I'm not arguing with you about this at all. I just really want to reason it through. If you're in Biscayne Park and you're walking down the street and there's a 28-foot house, that's our new max, right? So there's one, bam, 28-foot house goes up. Do you know if it's a 1 or 2-story house necessarily? How?
Well, you said there's a separation there. Usually you see kind of windows on the bottom and then windows on the top. You wouldn't see, windows on the top if it's just one floor. I mean, listen, I'm not saying it could never happen, but it just doesn't, that don't make no sense. Not only that, if we're limiting this now, when they apply and they go to before the board and they say, oh, it's it's a 28-foot, 1-story house, Gage is going to say, it's not allowed. I'm sorry.
The reason I ask, I'm just playing devil's advocate, because if it's 28 feet, what do we care if it's 1 or 2 stories? And I'm looking now at trying to give people as many options as they have when they design their home or when their architect designs their home. If it's a 28-foot tall building there, what do we care whether inside it's 1 or 2 stories? This house right down the street here, 114th Street. This house down the street here is a 1-story house. And it's surprising when I talk to people about this very topic, they assume that's a 2-story house. I'm like, no, it's a 1-story house. So 1-story, 2-story, what does it really matter from the outside? So if an architect says, I have this beautiful design for this 1-story home and it's 28 feet, I'm not necessarily comfortable saying it's only a 1-story house, so you have to stop at 18 feet. It's like, well, if we're going to allow 28 feet, we're allowing 28 feet. What's the difference? Whether it's 2-story, 2-story, 3 stories in there, it's a Hobbit house and they have 5 stories in there. I mean, the point is that right now this is a determination of maximum height, which implies kind of the mass to the street.
Because you're putting the 28 feet and you are adding now the additional setbacks, right? And I'm against the additional setbacks on the sides, period. So it's not going to fly if that's the intent, right? If the intent is to bring in the additional setbacks after 18 feet or whatever feet.
We didn't get there yet, but.
Yeah, but if that is the intent, if that's where we're headed, I'm not going to go there. The rest of you guys may go there, but I'm not. So that's kind of the idea, right? So 18 feet, no additional setbacks, 28 feet, and that's that.
But in reference to talking about the height only, again, why do we care what?
To your point,
stories are in there?
and I think you have a good point on this house in particular as an example that it's at the end of the cul-de-sac here or at the end of the street. I was wondering same thing. Is it a 1-story? Is it 2-story? And I think the freedom to decide is on the owner, and that's part of the flexibility of the
architect.
style. I also, yeah, it could be a foyer. The entrance is majestic. I don't know. And then the house comes in a different height. Again, that's for the design team of the owner and the architects to decide. What about bad design when it happens, because this is beautiful, but say someone wants to build something looks like a church and it really is about, would that be within the harmonious that we would use? I'm wondering in that case, and this is maybe a question for the members of the board. What would you say if it was to be approved, that it's 2 stories, it's 28 feet high, and then you get someone that says, I want to just build 1 story with this bolted ceiling to go all the way to 28 feet because I want to put, I don't know, so I want to see the neighborhood from the top and do something artistic. How would you approach something like that? Would that be within, it's not in the harmonious aspect? I know I'm being very specific with this example, but I think again, with the idea of letting people do whatever they want, if that's the case, within the 28 feet, as long as they're less than 2 stories, then that might be a case. Are we okay with that?
Kind of stepping on someone's ability to design something that they like. And I can imagine there could be a scenario where an architect could present some fabulous, 20, maybe it's not exactly 28 feet, but maybe it's 25 feet.
Yeah.
And it's some fabulous building and the interior spaces are gorgeous and the outside is too. And they can't build it because it's 1 story. It just seems it seems to me, and I'm the one who, am trying to impose more restrictions here. It seems to me that that's a restriction we're imposing on a resident and their architect unnecessarily.
But Mac, wasn't one part of the discussion here trying to limit scale, right? So,
But whether it's 1 or 2 stories, it's still the same scale.
right, no, you're right about that, but it has use, right? So a value of a 2-story house is not going to be the same as a 1-story house. Now, I may be wrong about that, right? Or am I talking out of my, what? Well, what I'm saying is the tax value for a 2-story house is not going to be the same as a 1-story house, right? There's no correlation, so it's the same. So if you have a 5-bedroom house.
How many bedrooms?
Bedroom house, it doesn't make no
Square footage, living square footage.
footage, right? Right, so 2 stories is more, right? More revenue for the village, less than a 1-story, right? No? Yeah, assuming you max out. Sure. Right, because now, a 2-story house might have 5,000 square feet. Whereas as a 1-story house might have 2,500. Right?
Yeah, a 1-story house could be that big too.
Yeah, well, yeah, But in theory, if you put another floor on it, depending on the size, you know, you're going to add square footage. My point is that it's also a tax revenue reason. Am I not? Okay.
Okay, so assuming that you're saying one of the considerations is that a two-story house brings us more revenue into the village, so we would allow for that additional mass from the street view because we know it's bringing.
Oh,
us
it's the
more
same, again, it's the same as the one story. You just said it. It's the same thing, but it's just two.
I just feel
I
like.
got
we're
lost
limiting
on the, why are we discussing about the mass and we were just talking about height between the two. floors.
Because the one implies the other, because a 28-foot building creates more mass.
Yeah. That's true.
I mean, I mean, if it's a 2,000 square foot, just one story, and I have a bolted ceiling that goes 20 feet high, are you considering it more mass?
Sure, the building's bigger.
Just bigger? Okay, yes. But
Yeah,
are
so-
we saying that that's gonna bring more revenue?
Art is saying if we allow that for a two-story building because the second story has more living space, more bedrooms, more bathrooms, it would bring more revenue to the village. If it's a one-story building that you just described,
That is, so we will limit in that case, yeah.
it might not. But again, I don't think that should be, I don't think that should be our primary consideration. If we're gonna say a building can only be, no, we're not gonna allow anything bigger than this in our village, what they do with the inside is not as much of a concern for me as we allow that kind of mass, you allow that kind of mass, and I think that's where we start being too draconian and saying, you can't have this, the house next door can be this big because it has bedrooms upstairs. But you can't have this fabulous home that some amazing architect built for you that's the exact same size, but because it's one story and with a big vaulted ceiling and some fabulous piece of art hanging from the ceiling, that you can't do that. From the street, it has the exact same impact on our village.
Let me ask, Alex, do other communities, have limitations on one story as opposed to two stories?
Well, there is maximum floor height, but that's
Oh,
it. I mean,
Maximum
no,
height.
I mean, whatever, I think the commissioner is right. You know, it's about the form, the exterior.
But I'm asking you if other communities currently have in their code maximum height for a one story as opposed to a two, is there a different, do other communities have different heights for
They have-
different?
Not in the examples we looked at, they'll have.
Yeah, but I mean,
Floor height.
Yeah.
That's why when you first said it, I thought you meant maximum floor height,
Mhm.
because of that you'll see, and it's in a bunch of the examples.
So
yeah, I don't recollect, seeing a different height,
for a one story as opposed to a two
Correct.
story.
Doesn't look like there's any in the examples that you provided to us, Alex.
right, but as I said, there are 120 examples in
Yeah.
South Florida, so, there may be
Yeah.
someone somewhere.
I was just wondering, because
Right.
you work with a lot of cities, so I was wondering if you knew.
Then if we get to the setback, if and when, rather, when we get back to the setback issue, then I think that this becomes more of a relevant discussion, whether or not we want to have that first floor restriction, the 18 feet. Because it sounds like what we're saying is the max height now is 28.
Look at the other municipality examples he gave us, and they're not the only examples that will show this. They'll have a maximum building height, and then most of them have a second story additional setback. It's very standard. We're seeing it either at a certain height. They'll either say starting at 18 feet, there's an additional setback, or the second story has an additional setback, but then they apply a maximum story height. It's two ways of accomplishing the same thing.
Yeah.
And this is what I met with Alex about. So it's either the second story setback with a maximum floor height, or it's an additional setback at this height. Two ways of accomplishing the same thing.
Can I just ask a question there, though? Because in all of those examples from the cities that you provided us, the side setbacks were like 7.5 feet. Ours is already at 10 feet. So we're already 20 feet from the next
There
home.
were some tens in there. The Golden Beach, I think Fort Lauderdale was too, or what, there were a couple of cities that were.
I feel like I saw mostly, 7.5, 8 feet, and I thought, okay, well, we already
5
do
feet
more
to
than
50
that.
to 25. It depends on the city, the
Right,
setback, the side setbacks.
right.
They vary greatly.
Can Can I ask a question, Mayor? So
Yes, please.
how are we doing this? So are we,
So-
are we going point by point, or are we gonna, let's talk about height. We proposed 20, the board proposed 28. Do we vote on 28 and move?
Well, I think that's where we still are right now. The idea was that we have these restrictions that have been proposed to us by the board and that we are at the maximum height, and we're right now discussing maximum height versus maximum first floor height. Once we pass this issue, because this seems to be like the kind of the initial, the threshold matter.
It's one of the biggies.
It is the threshold matter to get us to the setback issue, if we're going to discuss the setback issue, because if we have a 28 feet and then an 18 feet, then we're discussing a setback at 18 feet.
We-
So it sounds like right now that 28 feet.
Yeah.
That there's some consensus about 28 feet being the max height. If that's not, sorry, but for,
I would
well, that's
ask
about,
who is not in agreement, and let's discuss that.
Commissioner, you look like you were disagreeing.
Right. I tend to refer back to, again, the county and, every time that's what's existing already. And I know that the county is at 35 feet. So going down to 28 feet to me sounds a lot like a big change. Going from 35 to 28 on the maximum height. So I guess I heard the explanation for, where they came to an average based on what's going on, lot sizes. And I didn't get there where I feel that 28 feet sounds like where we should be creating a law.
Did you have an alternative proposal for that?
I see in other places 30 and 35. Again, if we say, okay, Miami-Dade County 35, that's just too much for us. What does everyone feel comfortable with? Because, we're not looking at it in front of us.
We have no buildings at 35 feet. What's the tallest building in the village? We found that out for a previous meeting.
One of the cul-de-sac,
The green
Three sto-
house,
the
Mike
green-
Gross's house.
the one I was thinking of.
Yeah.
Tallest.
We don't have anything at
was-
35
We
feet.
didn't have a number either. We said it was probably less than 35 feet, but we didn't have a number.
The 35 feet is in excess of what we have going on in this village. I mean, if we have one outlier like that at some strange home that was built at some point, that's a real outlier. But
And it's 35 feet from ground level.
no, from base flood.
I'm saying
Plus one.
currently the house that we're discussing is probably is around 35 feet. It's 35 feet from the ground level.
That's a thing. That's always.
So I don't know if any of you had a chance to drive by the house that Gage sent today.
I did.
That looked pretty doggone big to me. I mean, that thing looked ginormous. The house that Gage sent an email,
And then 1/16.
yeah.
Yep.
It's under construction. I went to look at it today, the one that Gage sent. He sent it to everybody. I think
Yeah, I saw it, 26 feet, I think.
he sent it to my wrong email, so I had to rectify that, but I went to see it. And it was 26 feet and it looked giant. It really did. I mean, it would look really big. So based on that particular property at 26 feet, I think 28 is, and again, we're talking about scale. We're talking, a lot of folks are very concerned about these ginormous homes being built on our properties. So this is just one way that we can try to control a little bit, the scale of homes being built in our community. So.
Okay, Jonathan, if you're asking for us to run down the row, I'll say again, I'm happy with 28. I think they found a sweet spot. It's like the porridge isn't too hot and it's not too cold.
Right, well, I think we have to, at this point, we have to try and decide because we're still on our first issue. So yes, let's go down. Let's get a temperature of how we feel about 28.
Yes.
Numbers. Also, I don't want to, we're talking about complicating things and you're talking about architects and,
I think-
laws and rules. And I think nice round numbers make a lot of sense. I think the reason they're saying 28 is because of having to factor in the base flood elevation. So you're really probably getting a 30-foot tall house is the reason. What
not
I'm
living
figuring,
space.
just,
Not living space, but the structure will be that high.
yeah, what you're looking at from the street, really, it's what you're looking at from the street, I think is how they came to that number. And And I still feel that, it's just easier all around for a round number. If I'm outvoted on that, it's fine, obviously.
Okay.
That was a no to 28?
Yes.
That was, yes, so there was a no.
Sure.
Is that a yes on a 28? Are you saying, or are you saying on a 30?
Far from the Miami-Dade County standard. I have some concerns that whatever rules we make, Miami-Dade County, as well as our lovely state of Florida, are going to make changes, and we're going to have no choice but to abide them, based on everything else that's going on. How many other rules we've had to revise or delete recently. So I'm trying to stay within something that feels like it wouldn't maybe cause so many waves or raise so many eyebrows in terms of drastic changes. That's a consideration.
I'm okay with 30 as well.
I will say one thing. I would personally, I think be comfortable with 30 as well. But I would say one thing when we make these amendments and bring them back, both with Alex and with our village attorney, I do want us to be sensitive to the Burt J. Harris Act. The act that says that any restrictions on buildings need to be proportional to needs of the community. So this is a big concern of mine. Any numbers and restrictions that we set has to be proportional, and there's got to be some thinking behind it. And data is usually best for that. I mean, these are subjective changes, and this does worry me quite a bit. So I want us to be sensitive to that when we bring this back with whatever amendments we make to consider on first reading. So don't mean to spring that on you now, Madam Attorney, but this is a thought that came up within 2 hours or so of the meeting.
Just to be clear on that, from what my understanding of that, because I've had these conversations with Valerie, that would require someone to sue us and to chase us down for that. And we have a way to defend ourselves. And we also have an opportunity at that point to back out and say, you can have what you want. So it's not a clear cut thing that someone gets mad because we did something and they get to sue us and we're all in trouble. There's a process, and the first part of the process, Valerie, correct me if I'm wrong, is that we have the ability to say, okay, we'll give you what you want.
Yes, under the Burt Harris Act, they would present a claim. The government would have an opportunity to respond. There's certain timeframes that are included in that. And one remedy that would be available to the village is to exempt that property from the village's code requirements.
It's not we're gonna get sued for a bunch of money. It's that there's a process that rolls out, and part of the process is we can say, okay, you can do it.
Yep, I understand that. I'm
Make sure everyone.
cause of action.
Imagine you
course.
do.
Yeah, of
Make
course.
sure everyone does, because it sounds very scary, it's like, well, not quite that scary.
I have a quick question for Gage. Gage, of the 10 properties that are in the pipe, of those, how many are, do you off the top of your head, 2-story homes? You don't know? Or heights, you don't know?
That's what they couldn't get.
Okay, all right.
So with that, we have a max height that we are looking at now. I guess this is going to come back to us when we finish doing what we're doing here for a first reading. So with that having been established right now, do we want to talk about this, whether we have a single story or are we past that and we want to address that when we get to the setback issue? We're still in the planning board memo. Correct. The next item within that would be the setback issue.
So is the consensus 30 or 28? 30.
30.
Yes. The next issue, I think, within that table is going to be the setback issue, which gets us necessarily into 10.3.3, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, we are on 10.3.3. We finished 10.3.2, correct?
Yes, we're not addressing the height of the first, single story building. We're leaving that off the table, correct?
We're gonna push that to the setback conversation.
Right. So
Correct.
the change in table A is going to be the height will be 30 feet. Max height is 30 feet, and then I'm adding a notation that says that the height is measured from the base flood elevation plus 1 foot per FEMA requirement. Those would be the two changes to table A. So then we can move on to
To the setback issue, which is
One was height and the other was,
We're going to 30 height. We're proposing 30 height, and then there's going to be another note that is the height is measured from the base flood elevation plus one. So those are the two items we're addressing here from the memo.
Correct. And the other two items that were within the memo deal with the setback issue, which is I guess the next part of this, unless we want to go 10.3.3, starting with A1.
I think we might just go in order.
I think it probably needs to
That
be.
way
done in
we're not
order.
jumping around so much.
Yeah.
I would like just to show my opposition to setbacks in general. So that's why I was asking, how are we going to do this? Because I thought maybe starting from the easy part that we did, which is the height. But if we're going to just talk of setbacks in general, I myself oppose as well. Again, I think, and I'm going to steal a couple of comments that I heard tonight as a reference, but there's a lot of wording, there's a lot of complexity in trying to understand how this setbacks are put in place. And for me, when I started looking into the ordinance, and then I looked into comparing what other cities are doing, which Alex brought many examples of what's happening. I follow one of the planning and zoning meetings that was last year, I believe, and Alex gave him a choice. It was the first introduction of the presentation to the PNC board. And it was, we can go ahead and change everything. You have like different levels. We can tweak around. So it really is about how prescriptive you want to be, how not prescriptive you want to give. So you really put that out. And I don't find myself comfortable with the level of prescription that I see in the ordinance. I do believe, provided the setbacks that are suggested, also comes the reasonings behind of them. And privacy, I also think I don't agree with putting that weight into our developers and our residents that are trying to work around figuring out the best home for them. I think we need to maybe find other ways to do that, but this has an implication of money for the village in this position primarily that I think about, but also for the residents. So having that said, and again, I can go on in different aspects and, comments from people and how they feel about this, but the overall is that I don't believe that we should have setbacks for the second floor in any way. I would like to see, there was an Indian Creek, I believe, and you put it in this today as an example, because that's kind of where I feel more comfortable, where it's not so prescriptive, but it does provide some sort of direction. I will give you as an example, Indian Creek. They have 38 feet height, 2-story, huge. We don't have that. Okay, so we have 30, right? And it
Their
says,
lots, though, I mean, look at their lots. Their lots are acres and acres.
so if I can just read what they have right now, it says, building site design standards to reduce bulk or massing. Creativity and design shall be encouraged to allow for a variety of building types, heights, scale, and roof elevations. In order to further avoid the appearance of bulkiness, the exterior walls of the second floor shall not be placed in direct alignment with those of the first floor for the majority of the perimeter. When the situation is unavoidable, varying roof elevations or innovative facades designs shall be required. Again, we come from a code that currently gives the board the ability to restrict based on how harmonious it feels within the village. And we went from that to pages of adding on how do we want to put these restrictions on the sides, what happens if we put balconies or not. Like, we really went from 0 to 100. That's what I feel. And I believe something less prescriptive like this, which allows for movement and touches on the bulkiness that we have been talking about, is more in a way conductive for designers, architects to work with the homeowners on what their desire is on these homes in a way that is not a T. I'm not just going to go T in my head because I keep going to the reference of your drawings, Alex. every developer came and wanted to maximize the value of their property, they will be building T's on the top. That's what we're saying.
No, that's not what we're saying.
Okay, can I finish my
Yeah,
point?
but I just want to clear that.
You can correct me after, I just want to express where I'm coming from. So I think if with that in mind, because that was kind of a drawing that you have the ability to maximize, the frontage, we want the massing on the front, and then we want the sides to be, so it creates a certain design. And I would love for the people to have the ability, as much as the developers, to really decide how that's going to look like. And I'm very conscious of the issues that this provides for privacy and the issues that it could bring for the existing homes that have been here for 30 years, and they have this ginormous houses being built next to them. But I think that's where, again, going back to what we currently have in the code, if we have in 8 years, development up to 4 new constructions, really been harmonious in a way, all this time is because of the incredible work you guys have been doing. And I want this weight to continue to be within the PNC board. I trust the current the board and the one coming next, and that this is what they have to do. This is their task. It's not an easy one to deal with these conversations with developers, but this is where they get to say it's not harmonious. And maybe looking again on the wording around Indian Creek, saying you need to actually provide for second walls that have some sort of a movement, but I'm not restricting you for 5 feet, 10 feet, once every 2 or 80%, 20%. It's really about allowing them to come and have the board review this in an opportunity to have a discussion and say why they want to say, and they can bring out and say, well, you have a home next to you. And this has a pool, you'll be looking exactly to the pool. Is there a way for us to work around having maybe a design that would help us to prevent that? Not a balcony on this side. And I think, again, I've heard many of the P&Z meetings just with the idea to have a feeling of how hard it is for you guys to have these conversations, because you're not provided with the tools. And again, this is where we're here. But again, I don't appreciate today the level of prescription, is that how you say it, prescriptive or not, prescripted ordinance that we have written today.
Let me respond, if I may, to a couple of those things.
Yeah.
Because you bring up Indian Creek, and I have it in my notes as well, Veronica, because I like some of the language in there. I made a note that, oh, this is cool. I like the way they did some of this. But I'll take exception to some of the other things you said. So a couple of things. First of all, remember that our board is here asking us for this help. They're coming to us and saying, we need this. So this is not us coming down on the board. This is the board coming to us and saying, help us, please. Give us a better ability to get this done for you.
Mac, can I say something? I know you want me to let you finish and then I answer back? No, it's just, I just wanted to add something.
The dialogue, I'm totally cool with. I know some of you are not as comfortable. I'm totally cool with it.
No, just so that I don't lose you on that point. I agree with you. As a matter of fact, when I see a memo from a board that's been put to decide on these things, for me to say 30, it's very hard because it says 28 and it comes from the board. I just don't want to go from nothing to a lot, right? And I think we need that kind of a level in the middle. But at the same time, I have heard there is a lot of emotion when there are the discussions with the residents that come for approval on the P&Z. And I have heard, we don't want these homes, or we don't want this monstrous houses, and I can tell you that concerns me. And
What concerns you?
When the feedback is related to the size, we don't have those size because there is no tools to say what a monstrous house is. But that comes with feedback of internal emotions. So I want to provide the board the ability to go ahead and say, you know what, there is something that allows me to say, this is a too big of a house.
I understand.
That's
Okay, so again, the board's here asking us for this, and they made a specific request for the second story setbacks. I also trust P and Z. I still call them their old name. They're the Planning and Design Review Board now. And I also trust them implicitly because of the 5 members we have on it. But I'm very able to project to the day that Gage moves away and Ed gets a job in Portugal and and we have to get new board members and they may not be as skilled. We are extremely lucky to have them. And we have Scarlett and David. I mean, my goodness, do you realize the caliber of people we have? We are extremely lucky. And when they're gone, I fear what could happen because because everything is so subjective. And the subjectivity of our code is what concerns me. And so it concerns me. I'm not concerned about now. If I knew that Gage and Ed and Scarlett and David were never going anywhere and we had them forever, I'd say just give them that harmonious card and let them have at it. But that is simply not the case. They will not be here forever. That's one thing. The other thing is, and I'm going to ask Valerie, Veronica, I want to address one thing. One quick thing that you said, the T thing. I wish those T diagrams weren't in there because people think that that's what every home is going to look like.
Them being taken out.
Okay, it looks like that's what every house is going to look like. And Veronica, they're absolutely not required to look like that. So please, everyone, just delete that picture from your mind. It is simply not true that every house will look like that. These Franken things that people are talking about and that it is simply not true that that's what every house will be required to look like. If somebody chose to build it like that, absolutely. Those pictures are to show the setbacks. That's all they are.
But if you were to build to the maximum of your lot, that's why I put it as an asterisk when I explained this when I made this reference. I said, if every developer came and built to the maximum of their lot capability, they will look like a T.
Right, but no one's doing that. No one's building to the maximum.
Correct.
I mean, we're
I
talking
understand
about-
that's too.
These giant houses aren't.
Correct.
They're not.
Yeah.
So again, that diagram was not meant to say, this is what Biscayne Park houses will look like now. And I know people interpreted that and there are a couple of people who are promoting that, propelling that notion forward. And it's simply not true. That is simply there to show the setbacks. So Valerie, I have a question for you. And I don't know if it goes into that, what's it called? Harrison Ford Act? I don't know.
Harrison Ford Act.
What's it called?
Bert Harris.
Burton Harris.
Bert J. Harris.
So if something's not in our code, Valerie, it can be setbacks, color of your mailbox. I don't care what it is. If something's not in our code, it's not explicit in our code that you may not do this or you're required to do this. And someone goes to the planning board and these guys say, yeah, we're going to use this harmonious card and say, you can't do that. Are we open to any kind of trouble if someone wanted to push that?
Yes.
And say, that's not in your code.
Yes.
You can't make, okay. See, that's a problem for me, guys. And that's why we need clear code. It's not about bringing the hammer down. It's about, we need to protect this village. We need to give these guys the tools to get the job done. And we need to not open ourselves up to trouble. So you talk about, Jonathan, you're afraid of the Harrison Ford Act coming down on us.
Not afraid.
Here's an
Just conscious.
Okay, but here's another opportunity for us to get in trouble when we start being very subjective and saying, basically what we're saying is we don't like your house. Go try again. That I have a problem with too. So we need to give them the tools to get the job done. So that's another big concern of mine. Now, back to the Indian Creek thing. This example is very interesting to look at, and I like some of the wording in it. But be clear here, Veronica, that the language is very clearly saying there's a second floor setback. They just didn't they didn't put a number on it.
That's actually something I did want to point out.
Yeah.
And if I may, please, I want to unfairly summarize your position, and you can certainly correct me if I'm wrong. And Art, I'd like to do the same thing for what you mentioned earlier too, is that you're not necessarily opposed to a setback, but under the way that it is currently written here, you are not in favor of it. Would that be correct?
Correct.
Would that be correct for you, Art, Commissioner Gonzalez as well? Okay, so that's a good starting point, that we're not necessarily opposed to the ideas of setbacks, and we can jump to the bottom of
Oh,
all
we
this.
do have setbacks now, just to be clear. We have
Right,
setbacks.
that's fine. But all I'm saying is that We just don't like the way that they're written right now. And I know Commissioner.
So Veronica gave an example here of something that she likes better, but it very clearly says the exterior walls on the second floor shall not be placed in direct alignment with those of the first floor. Bam.
Right, that's.
That means the setback has
Keep reading, keep reading.
for the majority, and that's what ours says too.
So
Right.
that's what I'm saying. So it's, ours doesn't say for the majority, as it
Ours says a
says on the
percentage.
size, it says a percentages, it says where we want the massive,
Right.
what the mass of the building actually be. So there is a lot more that we said.
But keep in mind, we're talking Indian Creek, and what's the size of those lots?
The bayfront are 80.
80,000 square feet? Right, so I'm saying is, but they have percentages as well. So they, they have percentages of they have lot coverage and all of that as well.
I don't have problem with the percentages. I just hear when it talks about setbacks, again, it says to avoid the appearance of bulkiness.
Which is what these things are about.
Which is one of the reasons that this was brought for discussion.
And it's the reason why the other municipalities have those numbers built into theirs too.
It says the exterior walls of the second floor shall not be placed in direct alignment with those of the first floor for the majority of the perimeter. Because again, comes to, and again, I'm not an architect, for I was listening to you explain and talk about where the ductwork goes and the mechanical. Of course, there's ways to go and find those spaces which will generate the opportunity to provide for those sets as is needed. One of the concerns that I heard from a resident being, if you build, with the setbacks that is provided, then you're not allowing for the plumbing and everything go in line to make it easier, to make it more cost efficient. And again, when we put numbers, this is the feedback that we get, is because we're just being
but-
very restricted. So in this,
Feedback of our board, and these are, I don't know who you talked to that said that, but the feedback of our board is otherwise. Jonathan, Judy Hamelberg came in the meeting late. She missed her opportunity for
Yeah,
public
I
comment.
know she
Very
was.
patiently trying to say
Yes,
something.
we have a question. Judy, could you please? Thank you.
Okay,
Hand up.
I have a real life situation on my street where we lost a neighbor, a good neighbor, because the next door neighbor decided to do a second story addition for their teenage son, whose bedroom and balcony directly overlooked the pool. Well, these people like to go skinny dipping. So now they've got a 17-year-old whose bedroom is directly peering into their pool. There's no way they can put up a fence high enough to get the privacy they want. And there's no way that they can have privacy and be comfortable in their home. So they sold. And this is something we need to think about, because if you're letting them build straight up and they're maybe only 20 feet away, but they're looking into your property, you can't put a fence up there. You can't put a hedge up 20 feet. You can't do anything for your own privacy.
Can I respond to that?
Sure.
My neighbor built a second story deck. It looks into my pool. So yeah, I grew my clusia. I'm growing it higher because I want my privacy. A question I have for Gage and your board is, why, if someone is building a second story or building on, isn't there a hand-in-hand landscaping requirement that would then be part of, the signing off on the occupancy or permitting process, so such that they're responsible for that privacy, right? The person building, I'm saying, if you want a second story, why aren't you, creating the privacy wall, in other words, of
If I may,
landscaping? Our landscaping part of our code, by the way, is really lacking,
right, the board can't require it if it's not in the code.
Yeah.
So if you want to add it in the code, you can, but that's why the board has not required it.
But also
because-
be clear that plants aren't permanent things, and, plants die and plants get blown away by hurricanes and plants don't grow quickly, and a plant is not a solution. I understand that it can help, but a plant's not really a solution. So I'm kind of stuck on the fact that, yeah.
You,
To the mic,
sorry,
please.
Ed. Thank you.
And if we're a sanctuary and we're into plants, why don't we add something in our code regarding the
We do
landscaping?
have a landscape code, to be clear, but to Mac's point, landscaping is temporary, right? So we can require today's developer, we could if it was in the code, it's not, but if it was in the code, we could stipulate that, but there's no guarantee that in 3 months or in 6 months or in 1 year that that hedge is maintained and then it's gone.
We're alive.
The other thing I find ironic is that you don't want to police an additional setback, but you don't mind creating a requirement for a 20-foot hedge in the code, like the that's not
Because I'm
really a
looking to help people
feasible-
maximize their square footage on their property.
Yeah.
We already have generous setbacks. So we already have a 50-50 requirement
I don't-
on your
I think
land.
it's generous
So
is
that's where
a
my questions are
subjective
coming
term.
from.
I don't think we have we have an average setback, but
Yeah.
I just want to point out that Gage and you're arguing over 29%, right? Because
Say that again?
you're arguing over 29%, right?
29% of what?
Because, well, you're in favor of the majority of the second floor being setback, which is 51%.
Mhm.
And the current language is 80%, right? So you're at a delta of 80 to 51%. So I don't know, find a happy ground between those.
No,
two.
they're saying no additional second
No,
story
but
setback
she-
at all.
But she's presenting the
Indian Creek.
Code
Oh,
as a better example that's got more flexibility, you feel, for homeowners and their architects.
Because there
That
says
code
51%.
stipulates That says majority, which
Yeah.
is 51%. So in Indian Creek, your second floor wall can't be aligned with the first floor for anything, greater than 51% of that. Okay, so
So
you're
they
at
do have it.
51,
So you're saying in essence,
you're
they
at
do have a
80.
number built into their code. They just didn't use a number. The word majority is a number.
51% and
Means
you're at 80. So
51%.
You're arguing about a 29% difference on the percentage of how much you have to set back at the second floor. So
And what's your point with that?
my point is that's a small delta that you should try to
And
find a middle ground.
we can
right?
reconcile
So
that.
maybe it's 51, maybe it's 80, maybe it's 60%, maybe
Yeah.
it's 65. You're both in
That's a
favor of
good point.
setbacks.
That's a good point.
It's
Yeah.
a small delta, so I think you can find some common ground is what I.
Let me just say that one of the big issues that I had with this initially was that we were addressing setbacks on the sides of properties and we weren't addressing it in the rear of the property. And that's, I'm glad Judy brought that up because, and Mac knows the story because I told Mac this story years ago before I got on this commission. It's the reason we sold our house on Miami Beach. It's the same reason. They built a 2-story home behind our home. We had a pool. And I would come out every day and I would look at that, 2-story home with the windows looking into my yard. I had 2 big giant 2-story houses on the side of my house. I don't live in the side of my house. I think that the vast majority of the people don't live in the sides of their house. Right? We're worried about the wrong thing here. Okay. So the vast majority of the people live in their yards. That's where their pools are. That's, there are people that have side yards, whatever, but that's a very small minority. So we're addressing the sides of people's homes and we're not addressing the rear of people's homes. So currently, as it's written, you can literally build a wall 10 feet away from your neighbor in the back. So why are we so stuck on what's happening on the side and not really worried about what's happening in the back? The back to me is way more important.
I'm very worried, Art. It's on my list of things to
Okay,
discuss.
cool.
But right now we're on the sides and.
Yeah, so
but yes,
sides to
but
me
I'm
is-
with you 100%, but
both
I'm
have a
concerned about the
10%.
sides too.
Yeah, I'm
Because
not.
sides are privacy as well. and-
No, I lived it.
And the
So
placement of the house, depending on where the houses are placed on the
Yeah.
lot, could create the exact same thing that you dealt with.
Yeah.
You have houses that you're not required to have your house sit at the front setback line. You can have your house all the way in the back. Houses can be placed anywhere on the lot. They're not required to be pulled forward. I'm sorry? Like Robert's house, yeah. Yeah,
If we're
or at Manny Espinosa's house, which is all the way back at his property line, like right at the back. So, yeah.
talking about privacy, this kind of gets a little bit further down 10.3.3 to something that I wanted to bring up. If we're talking about privacy, we're talking about setbacks for privacy, which sounds like we're kind of in that realm. Even with a setback, under some of this language, the way that it is currently constructed, you still can't build balconies and roof decks. So even if the way that this is written, for example, roof decks shall be designed in such a manner that doesn't compromise privacy of budding property. Even if I have a 5-foot setback on a second floor, how in the world can I possibly have a deck or a balcony that's constructed that doesn't invade privacy? That phrase to me does not get us to where we want to go. If
You mean for the balcony portion of
Sure,
this?
yeah, sure. If I'm gonna build a balcony, if I'm gonna build a deck on a setback, because I have a setback.
It's not being the solution of privacy.
Well, that's kind of where I'm going is, does the setback really achieve the purpose of privacy in the way that this is constructed? I'm not so certain it does. I'm not saying I'm against setbacks. I think that some form of setback is fine.
You're talking, when you say setback, Jonathan, you're saying, you mean second story setback?
Correct. I'm sorry. Yes. Let me clarify. Second story setbacks. I'm just saying the way that this is currently constructed, I don't think that this provides for the type of privacy that we are looking for.
Can
I
ask
don't know
Alex
what
a-
would.
Alex, a question regarding your comment, because
Yes.
this is kind of like the big question.
Yeah.
Alex, why do all the other communities have this in their code? Because many of them do. And just to be clear, first story of the examples he gave us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3 of them have 10-foot setbacks and the other ones are 7.5, and they grow beyond that depending on the height of the building. So we're not extreme in our setbacks at all. We are really kind of right in the middle of this 10-foot thing. So we're not doing anything extraordinary here. Why do communities, these other examples you gave us, where they have additional second story setbacks, why do they have them? And it's kind of the big question. It's like, we don't have it. So why do they?
And
A lot of them do.
Right, a lot of them do. It's just the vision for the communities at the time that the codes were written. Some of these obviously go way back. So, that was just their vision.
They didn't want the aesthetic and
Right.
privacy and all these same
Right.
things that we're considering. So they're there for a reason. Again, this is not an example of something that we're inventing as a solution to something. A lot of other communities have already addressed the same thing.
Are you
with
saying-
variations of the same solution, Veronica, including the one that you're quoting, which very clearly says, thank you, Ed, for putting adding a number to it. For 51% of your home, there has to be a second story setback. That's really what it says. For 51% of your home, you are required to have a second story setback. They don't add a number to the second story setback, but also keep in mind that these are like palaces they're building over there.
Yeah, I get that. And actually, thank you, because again, it's from your perspective versus mine. And this to me seems more loose, but when you're going to see a developer, you're going to ask 51%. So that was very helpful. So are you saying that these other communities have in place in the code to provide for privacy?
And to avoid the straight line.
Are they making that, are you saying that comes on their ordinance? That's the reason they're there?
Well,
Because I think it's all part and going back to the character and what they want to see reflects to the rest of the village. It talks about mass, but it does not necessarily link it to privacy issues. That's the point.
well,
And again, I think it
it's a
does.
different reason.
No, I'm bringing back to the point of Jonathan of, I don't know if the additional side setbacks will be the solution that we're looking for the privacy, for providing privacy.
Keep in mind that you can build a building, you can build a home, the entire length of your property.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then that.
I'm not saying the alternative is any better.
Yeah, so
I'm
then
just
the
pointing
second
something out that
story,
I noticed.
that second story is now, you now have a concrete block wall, the entire, you're in your yard, your neighbor is the whole length of the property, 10 feet from the property line, straight up to now, we're saying 28 feet.
Okay, so are you talking about the aesthetics and how that looks, or are you talking about privacy?
Talking about both, because there are other things in here that address privacy
Okay.
too, which are clear story windows. And Judy
Yeah.
brings up an actual real life example
Yeah.
of when this happened. We're gonna
And
come back
what
and
I'm-
talk about balconies, right? Because I'm just gonna
That's
say,
the end of.
we're gonna throw it out there now because it involves second story, it involves setbacks as well. I have,
Yeah,
oh,
it
thank
is.
God, it's, yeah. Because it ties into this. I have a real issue with the balconies not being allowed on the side of the building. So again, for everybody listening in Zoom land out there, Mac is siding on the side of homeowners to be able to do what they want. Not being able to have a second story balcony as it's written does not make any sense. I'm going to give you an example. Ernesto Oliva lives in that beautiful white wooden house on 10th and 118th.
Mhm.
His side yard is, Dan Keys, how wide is his side yard? The south side yard of his house? 75 feet, 100 feet. It's massive.
Large.
It's massive. So if Ernesto wanted to put a second story, Ernesto would not be allowed to put a second story balcony on his house, right? but he's 100 feet from his neighbors. So saying no balconies on second stories is really prescriptive when it should be tied to a setback instead. If you can only put a second, I'm going to make something up here. I'm not proposing not making a motion. You can only put a second story balcony on your house or a roof deck if it's a minimum of 35 feet from the side property line to, again, ensure your neighbor's privacy. So in Judy's example, had they had that, they would have had the privacy maintained. So saying no side balconies, I have a real issue with, because I can think of examples when a side balcony would be entirely appropriate, a beautiful addition to a home, and would not impact the neighbor.
Yeah. Anybody else that is pro balconies, or we can just scratch this off?
Oh, I don't know that is anyone against balconies? It's just.
No, I'm saying-
I'm bringing it up because it's a setback issue.
Correct. No, but are we saying it's okay to have balconies?
I think we
In
need
the
to
side.
attach a setback to it, that's the missing thing in there.
Okay.
Is you can't just say no. It's like, no, why not? I'm 100 feet from my neighbor. Why can't I have a?
All right, so that can be
That's-
addressed.
That's my issue with it, is the way that it's
Currently-
constructed. You
currently-
can't have one.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jonathan.
No, that was all. I had.
No, just currently as it's written, it's kind of vague, right? Because I mean, it says roof decks shall not be designed in such a manner that does not compromise the privacy of abutting properties. That sounds
Might
vague to
achieve
me.
that.
I mean, what does that mean? I mean, you know,
I think that's a ban on them entirely. I don't know how you can do that without compromising. If I'm 75 in that example, 35 or 75 feet, and I still have a balcony, if I got a pair of binoculars, I can invade on somebody's privacy. So
Well,
I don't know what the answer
I'll
is.
give
but I
you a
don't
real
know.
life example of one that's going up now. Gage, you might need to jump in here, make sure I don't get something wrong. And again, I'm pro trying to give people the ability to do what they want to at their house. The corner of 10th and 117th, that mid-century little Astro house that was torn down and now the new construction just started. They came to you and asked for a rooftop balcony that would have peered over Laura and Paul's yard. And instead they moved it over to the street side. And you can design a rooftop deck so it doesn't, you don't see into someone's property, because you can have them attach, you can have them have walls up on it as well. Yeah, a parapet or whatever you call those things. So there are ways, absolutely, to obstruct the views into the adjoining property's yard. And in that case, they're looking out over the street, the intersection of 10th and 117th. They're only looking at an intersection. So again, we have to be really careful about this stuff, because we don't want to write something that would preclude someone from doing something really nice like that. But there absolutely are ways on a rooftop deck. So don't say, well, it basically eliminates rooftop decks. There's ways an architect would say, well, I'll put a wall here and a wall here, and now I've created a rooftop deck with an L-shaped wall, and no one can see it and they can't see the neighbors. Everyone's happy. So there absolutely are ways to accomplish that. So I don't want to be taking away people's ability to design really cool spaces. I just want to make sure those spaces aren't impacting negatively someone else. Looks like Gage wants to jump up here.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me speak. Yeah, I just want to delineate that there's a difference between a roof deck and a balcony.
Yeah.
So right now, the way the code is written, you can actually have a set two-story house at 35 feet and have a rooftop deck on top of it, because a roof deck is technically not a story. It's a roof deck on top of a thing. So this was written in a sense of that anybody can put a deck on top of their house. So you could literally have, it up there. So that line was designed in a way that, let's just say, if you're going to do it, you need to do it in a way that you're not on the corner, down on your neighbors or something like that. Balconies is a different issue. That's something that's on the side of a second story structure.
Sure. I just, the way that in which I was reading it in the idea of preserving privacy, because that's what seems to be the goal of these things, is that we need some more detail on how that can be achieved. That was my general point.
And just to comment back on what Commissioner Kennedy said was, it's not all about privacy. It's also about massing of structures on the side setback, so that they are not so massive. You have these large walls. So anyway, thank you.
Did you have a comment?
Sorry.
That's okay.
Before I lose my thought on the setbacks, maybe, because I don't think there's any way we're going to prevent privacy, no matter what we agree on, setbacks, no setbacks, because if you have setbacks on the side, like right now it's 10 feet bottom level, second level, let's say it goes to 15 feet. you could still look out your side windows and see your neighbor. Like, how far setback do you need to be in to give your neighbor privacy? 20 feet, 30 feet? I mean, come on, how small do you need your second level to be to give your neighbor privacy? It's no way it's going to happen. So 10-foot setback, 15-foot setback on the second level is not going to give privacy. I think it just comes to an overall look of the house where we're not looking for those straight lines on both sides. So maybe the second level setback is only applied to 2 exterior walls of the home, to where the, all 4 exterior walls is not like a box, the same all around the first level. So maybe it's just applied to 2 of the walls. Because also you're building your second level. My person behind me currently has a second level, not the whole house, but a portion of it. He's definitely at least 30, 40 feet from the back of my house. If he's in his second level, he could see straight into my backyard, my pool. When I build a second level, we're still at least 30 to 50 feet from his pool, his house. My second level, I'm going to be able to look directly into his backyard and his pool. So no matter what the setbacks, we really cannot prevent privacy in anyone's house. I do believe the landscaping will help. It's not a permanent solution. We'll have issues with it, but it will help minimize it somewhat. But the setbacks, I just think if we're trying to go for that not box, square house look, then maybe we just apply the setback for second level to 2 of the exterior walls, where it's the side and the back, or a side and the front, to where you have both, where the look of the home is not a box, but you're still applying a setback somewhat, and we're not having those.
Well, Tiffany brings up a really good
shaped
point that
houses,
it's,
so
look, it is 2
maybe-
issues. It's privacy and also the mass of the building. So it's certainly the second story setback does positively impact the mass of the building. That it absolutely does. So that's not an argument, but the privacy thing, I can see that people would say, really, how much does it provide, whatever. But we're also, remember, going to be talking about the position and types of windows as well. So certainly in terms of massing, the second story setback makes a really important distinction. So what we're really down to now is most of these communities that we're looking at have a second story, some kind of a second story setback consideration. Even Indian Creek, who made theirs, a poem, but there it is. It's a lovely little poem.
Wrote it.
Oh, did you really? Okay. Well, it's a lovely poem, Alex.
That's a compliment, Alex.
Could you interpret it for us and just say it's 51%?
I'll give you authorization to use that section, and we could change it, but that's not a problem. If you like the wording, that could be the
And what
10.3.
Let me ask, is anybody interested in the percentages instead of these setbacks?
Percentages of
buildable space. So 1 story, 40%, 2 story, 35% of,
Oh, you mean the lot coverage?
yeah, lot coverage.
It's really interesting. Who did that?
Which
Which one did that?
Miami
Miami
Lakes.
Lakes.
Miami Lakes.
It was really interesting. I'm not sure I would propose reducing our lot coverage from 50% to 40%, but
No,
it's
it's
in,
40, well, yeah, well, currently it's 50, right?
ours is, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, so.
Miami Lakes is 40.
We would do 50-40. For 1 story, 40% for a 2 story.
That's something you pointed out earlier, Art, that I wanted to come back to, because looking at this as an alternative is
Yeah.
a good
Is that, I
idea.
mean, is that something that anybody else is interested in talking about?
Certainly, certainly.
Okay. Correct.
Veronica, I can't hear you, Veronica.
I was just thinking out loud as I was reading the Miami.
I want to hear your out loud thoughts.
Ready? So no, in this reading again what Miami Lakes has said, I was trying to understand. So if that's not, too restrictive in a way, or prescriptive. So this will be 40% for the first story,
For a 1 story.
for 1 story.
No, 50% for a 1
So we
story.
currently have
Ours is 50.
50%.
Right, for us, we're talking about us now, right?
Okay, so what
Would
would
be
you say?
50-40, 50% for a 1 story, 40% for a 2 story. What's that? Well, I'm starting at 40. You guys can propose 45. I'm fine with that.
Correctement.
This is negotiations, right? So let's
What are
negotiate.
you trying to
I
sell?
want to go to 40. You guys want to do 45? That's fine.
I'm asking for 45 so I can get 40. I get it. So,
I thought you wouldn't catch it.
so what the so I was curious about this. Alex, can you give us insight as to why they
Mass.
have that?
Mass. It's
I wonder if how much of a
visual, the visual.
as well, because lot coverage is lot coverage for,
Leave Miami-Dade.
it's not just the house, remember, I'm sorry, it's lot coverage is pool, patios, driveways, it's all of it.
So I,
For the second floor?
No, it means a two-story house. It
No, but
comes down.
In this case, what Art is saying, we keep the 50% for the first floor and the second.
No, no,
sort
no,
of
no, no, no,
40,
no. So
right?
what's for the house?
what
Alex,
happens? Yeah.
One-story house.
Right, what happens is you know, if you have a one-story house, your
Yeah.
lot coverage is so much. But if you decide to do a two-story house,
Then it goes to
you
40.
increase your lot, you have to increase your lot I'm sorry, decrease your lot coverage. So you'll have more green space because you have a two-story house.
To be clear, and again, I'm going to play devil's advocate here, and I like to look at all sides of the issue. And for the folks back here who are concerned about owners' rights, they might want to listen up on this one. Ezra, you might want to dial in, Ezra. Ezra, you might want to listen in on this because this one you're not going to like. When you say that there's a lower lot coverage for a two-story house, now you're decreasing the square footage of living space. Because now you've just made the footprint of the house smaller. So now you've decreased the living space for the entire house.
Isn't that kind of what we're trying to accomplish here with the mass? Everybody's talking about these McMansions, which is what you called it.
We're not trying to decrease living space.
No. I understand, but we're trying to decrease the overall mass or
Right.
build of
Right.
a particular site, right? And so, you know, if we're talking about trying to control these McMansions, okay, this is just one way to try to minimize a little bit. And, you know, if it's only 5%, it's really not significant. I'd rather 10, but 5 is fine. I'll take 5. So if that's, I mean, this is the reason we started talking about all this in the beginning, right? Wasn't it about McMansions? So now it's okay to build a McMansion? I'm confused now. We're trying to reduce the actual buildable on all of these lots, right? So this is just another way to do it. That's all. So by the way, by bringing in the side setbacks, you're also decreasing the square footage. So
I'm just making sure everyone understands that.
it's the same, yeah, exactly.
Well,
But it's just a different way of looking at
because
it.
it changes the first floor as well. It changes the living space on the first floor too. So that's the difference is,
But you just added to the second floor.
right, but but it changes. Look, I'm not saying yes or no.
I
I'm just making sure
understand.
Everyone's very clear. If we're going to discuss this, when you're talking percentages, it changes all the numbers. So if you change for a two-story building and make the footprint smaller, you've just now decreased the square footage on the first floor. I just did the math. Our average lot is 75 by 150 feet, right? If you deduct 5%, which doesn't sound like a lot, it's 563 square feet. Well, that's a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, how big is a bedroom, Gage? Yeah, so it's.
But the other,
It's the equivalent of a couple of.
I see your point, but if you
I'm
want to.
just making sure.
No, I understand your point. But if you want to look at,
I'm talking first floor.
but if you want to look at a 75-foot lot, right?
Hmm.
Currently, the way it's written, if you look at it, and I think Dan brought this up, you can build 55 feet across, so 75-foot lot, right? Because you have 10 feet and 10 feet, right? And then you have 20% back, right? That you're allowed to build the same thing, right? But then you can only go back 11 feet. Then you got to go up and you got to go in. So
On the second floor.
on the second floor. But what the hell are you going to build on the second floor for 11 feet?
Yeah.
So, okay.
It's not, yeah,
Okay, well,
No,
let's do the math. So you have a 75.
it's 10 feet less is all it is.
we would need, can you put maybe the designs?
Yes,
Ed, will you jump, Ed?
When with it,
Need you at the mic, sorry.
but wait, let's.
Maybe this can help some
Go ahead,
who are
go ahead.
opposed, because I feel like they're just literally misunderstanding the.
I'm reading it
the
right here.
Diagrams.
I'm reading
Eh,
it.
So
Go ahead.
the planner can clarify, right?
Mhm,
That restriction that
mhm,
says on the second level, you
mhm,
can only bring the building frontage to the interior side
mhm.
setback,
20 feet, 20%,
20%.
correct.
So as an example.
75-foot lot, 11
75
feet.
by, but that 75 is not relevant here. It's the depth. It's not, because you're misunderstanding
Hold on,
the
hold on, hold
diagram.
on.
We're talking about the
Let's listen to
side
Ed.
frontage.
Mhm.
What matters here is your length of your property
Mhm.
on the side, not the front. The front is irrelevant to this regulation. So if you have a 75-foot wide by 150-foot deep property,
Mhm.
what matters in this rate is the 150-foot number, not the 75. So if you have a 150-foot deep property, you have a 30-foot front setback by code.
Mhm.
You have a 10-foot rear setback
Yep.
by code. That leaves a
You're
balance.
only allowed to build 50% of the lot, but go ahead.
Another issue, right?
Okay.
Let's just talk about the side, what we're saying you
Go
can
ahead, go
do
ahead.
on the side,
I hear you.
right? So of a 150-foot deep lot,
Yep.
10 in the back, 30 in the front,
Mhm.
right? That leaves a balance of 110 feet.
Yep.
So we're saying of that 110 feet of length,
Mhm.
only 20% of that number, which is 22 feet, not 11. So you can do 22 feet up to the 10-foot setback on the second floor.
If I, listen,
That's where, that's the number.
then
So,
perhaps this is written in a way that is just doesn't
and
make
maybe that's what it
sense.
is. Maybe unfortunately it's
Because,
just confusing.
because I mean,
But-
if I may read it,
Yeah.
just one second, okay? A maximum of 20% of the building frontage on the second floor may be allowed to be placed on the interior side setback.
Yeah.
What's your front,
Yeah.
what's your frontage on a 75-foot lot?
You
It's
understand?
You're
Every property
confusing
has four
frontage.
frontages.
Frontage, this is one of the things we need
Yes,
to discuss.
every property
There's a
has four
definition.
frontages.
Okay, go ahead.
Frontage does not mean the front of the house.
Correct. That's the issue.
Primary frontage is the front of the house, and this is a problem in our definition section, that frontage is used several different ways.
Okay.
And so you're confusing frontage to be the front of the house.
Correct.
It's not. Frontage is the facing of the house, and it could be.
I'm talking about a
front, the back, or
75-foot lot. I'm talking about which is the minimum size lot currently that you're
Understood.
allowed to build. Right?
Understood. Yeah.
What is the footprint of the front of that house that I can build right now? 55 feet, is it not?
In the front, yes.
In the front.
Correct.
Okay. Now, according to this is what this is saying is that I can go back now 20% of the front.
No, that's not.
No,
what it says.
no, of the.
Okay, well, that's the way I
So
read
again,
it.
let me start.
Go
by-
ahead.
Your property,
Mhm.
well, an average rectangular property
Yeah.
has 4 frontages,
Okay,
right? Has a primary frontage, which
Mhm.
is what faces the street.
right.
It has a essentially side frontage on one side, a side frontage on another side, and a rear frontage. So the
And
word
it could have an
frontage is
interior side
perhaps
frontage and an
interior
exterior
side,
side
exterior
frontage.
side, or you have
Right.
2 interior sides for
Those
most
are architectural
properties.
things.
Correct. So the code is saying that on the side, you can only have 20% of the interior side frontage on the second floor.
Wall.
So on a typical 75 by 150-foot lot,
Mhm.
the number we're talking about is the 150-foot. You have front and back setbacks, so that's going to limit you to 110 foot.
Mhm.
And of that, you can only put 20% directly at the 10-foot setback on the second floor. All right, so 22 feet can
22
be on the
feet.
second floor.
Okay, so
The
then-
balance would have to set back 5
So
feet or
I
you know,
s-
whatever. the
If
requirement-
Oh, this-
I see what you're saying, and I see what Art is saying too. I think what would help would maybe to clarify that portion of it and say that we're saying of the side at the beginning, and this is,
Yeah.
we're talking statutory construction at this point.
Yeah.
So changing that from 20% of the building frontage, 20% of the side frontage, does that help clarify? Does it make it more clear that it is the 20% of the length?
It's a definition problem in this section of the code.
I-
We define primary frontage and we don't define frontage.
It's
and all
sort of
these
a-
other things.
Sort of a problem, I guess, but really it's
Yeah.
not. Any architect who read this code would know exactly what it's telling you.
Right.
It's understood, but that's why you're not the one who would design the house
Exactly.
and sign and seal a drawing and present
That's
it
why
to
we
a
look
zoning
into these
board.
two.
An architect would. And an architect would read the code and understand that frontage just means a property line. Side frontage, rear frontage, front frontage, as ridiculous as that sounds, that's the terminology in our industry that we use. So that code does say 20% of the frontage facing the interior side lot line.
No, it doesn't say that.
Can you
I
please read
think-
it? It does say it. It's in front of me.
It's in there. It's
Thank
in there. It's just comes at the latter portion of that sentence. And I understand it is in there and what you're saying. I think what they're saying is that the way that it's written, it sounds like you're taking that 20% of the primary frontage and setting that on the side, not necessarily the 20% of the side frontage.
And
That's
if
why I'm
this
saying
were-
statutory
Clear,
construction
we're
language
talking
here.
about the side.
Right.
Right.
And I understand that
That's
that's
fine,
why
and I think the
my proposed
language-
solution, sorry, go ahead, Madam.
No, you're right, Mayor. I think we could just put interior side frontage.
And maybe it
from
is,
that
maybe it
and
would be
throughout, and
clear
then-
to any, and I apologize for interrupting you, Madam Attorney. So maybe it would be clear to someone in the profession, and I don't doubt that be the case, but for clarity purposes, to make everyone feel more
Sure.
comfortable with
Sure.
it, to make that simple change,
Yeah.
to say, we understand that this is
Yeah.
22 feet and not 11 feet.
We need to make that change in a bunch of places in here because there are a bunch of places where the word frontage is used by itself and it's used as primary frontage, interior side frontage, exterior side frontage. It's used, that word is dropped in a bunch of places. So if we're going to clean that up, that needs to be done and it needs to be done throughout. And I think we need to define all of those things. There's only one definition in there, Valerie, am I correct? There's one definition and it's for primary frontage. So if we're going to use phrases like interior side frontage, exterior side frontage, back frontage, rear frontage, we need to also define them up at the top. So everything is defined. And then that way no one can say, I mean, look, they can still get confused in our code because, a layperson can get confused in code. We all are, do this now sort of for a living. And he does it for a living all day. So the people who need to know really do know, but if the definitions are there, then everybody can know.
Can I ask a question as well? So when you are making this map, is this looking at the property and the rectangle on the depth of it? Or is it looking at
So that.
on
T-
this, on the side?
The T massing that you
Yeah.
referred to. So we're talking about the side
Yeah.
property, and that's where you get that T, which is that length on the
Correct.
side. 20% of that is what can project forward up to the 10-foot setback. So we're talking about the side elevation.
Because
Has nothing to do with the front of the back.
No, the reason I bring it back, and again, bringing our point is because I read the same thing, okay? I might not be architect and I don't agree that this document should be just addressed for architects. It should be addressed for everybody.
Sure, understood.
And I think we just need to make changes here and there to make sure that everybody can read it. And then, of course, when it goes into the professionals, it's even clearer,
I think I was
Um,
defending the planner by saying he didn't,
I know.
his verbiage was perfectly correct. but
I
maybe
know,
it's
I know.
not.
And again, it's been
Reading out.
reviewed, the fact that, and I think the fact that after almost a year, within a week of reviewing the code, that we're having discussions of the definition is an issue for me. So to the question I was going to ask you, if we were to do the math on my lot, just to give you an idea, I have a very critical in this conversation because I'm a corner lot.
Mhm.
And I have so my house grows on the sides. I don't know how to say it, right? It's not in depth, but it goes sideways.
Mhm.
So when I was doing the math, you can imagine on depth, the 20% that I would see, that T that I was seeing was about 11 feet. On my house was even smaller because the math would just bring me a very small area. So again, I think what we envision is also has a lot to do with the drawings we were presented, which is what you could do now, which is a square, to what this would turn into, which looks like a T.
And you have two primary frontages on your house.
And so and I
Yeah,
have
corner lots are a whole nother animal. in
That's
the
right.
code,
Correct.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And then I think, this, and also other lots that are L-shaped or, which are many. If you look from above, and you guys know this, I mean, I don't have to say, but so that's when this is overly complex and trying to make this math and make the drawing in your head of what space that is was challenging, especially if you're looking to a house on the side, sideways, the grows on the sides. You know what I'm saying? So my house goes like this versus in depth. And if you look at it's not mine, the entire block is like that. And the following avenue by 9th Avenue and 10th is like that. So it's not an exception. So when we were discussing, thank you. And I just wanted to make the point. So when we were discussing community workshops and having the ability to look at it, One of the things, Alex, you and I spoke at some point was maybe at that stage you bring, different drawings, because that would make it clear. We are going based on what's been presented so far, all this month. And so I think clearing the definitions, really understanding how it would look, what the measurements would be on a lot like this. Because we're all doing the math, and so clearly we missed something.
Mac, I have a question for you. So the reason for these additional side setbacks, right? First of all, who came up with this idea? Was this something that came from the planning board, or is this something that came?
The genesis of it was our initial conversation last year,
Uh-huh.
2 years ago, where we said we wanted it was two things. It was mass
Mass and
and
privacy.
privacy.
So,
Mass was the primary.
okay. So, but what is the main purpose of this? Is it more for privacy than it is for
Or
mass? Oh, it's for mass.
Yeah.
So then so then what's the issue with the 50-45? If we're talking about mass, if it's only mass, what's the issue
With the what?
with the 45, with the 50?
Oh, you're back to lot coverage?
Yeah.
Oh, doing that instead?
Exactly.
Well,
Because that's mass. We're talking
Yeah.
about mass, not talking about privacy. Or is it because it's a combination platter where it's
I think it's,
privacy
I think
and
it's,
mass?
I think it's a combination.
Okay. That's, and that's
The general styles and the fried rice.
that's kind of,
And also, you have to, lot coverage doesn't, place it on the property. It's just the footprint.
this doesn't place it on the property either. This doesn't place it on the property either. You can put
Well,
it- As long as you abide by the setbacks,
yeah,
right? You can put it wherever the hell it fits.
right. But the setbacks come into play regardless of where you put it.
Right,
No, I think they are saying the second story has to go on the front of the house, which I
Oh,
don't
no.
understand why that is
It's a
either.
recommendation, correct? It's not a mandate, the 1/3, 2/3 kind of policy, right? Because that address the T development, right?
Right.
20% can go anywhere on the side.
It doesn't say that.
It says.
Well, it says it has to be placed on the front
recommended,
2/3, I
mandated.
think, or the front 1/3 or something.
Yeah.
We'll prioritize on the front.
I'm
It's
sticking to percentages,
Yeah.
guys.
Yeah, I
Art
think
likes
that- I think that
percentages.
Will prioritize as one of those.
Yeah.
Gives the planning board discretion,
It-
right?
exactly.
That
It's a little
we don't
wiggle
put
room.
A bunch of Ts.
Yeah.
Because my point is that, yes, you can put 20% on the side and it can be in a lot of different ways, right? Especially because 1/3 is more than 20%, right? So that 20% has some room to move in that 1/3 zone. So
It does say
the
2/3, right? The
2/3
front
is-
2/3, it
okay,
says.
so there you go, even more so.
So that
right?
was
So
why
there is-
I said,
a
why?
lot of
why-
wiggle room
to
there.
show,
before.
again, the hulking, if you built out to the extent, but that's not what you're gonna get in every house because they're gonna utilize that range of space differently with every architect. And for you, for your corner lot, you're not gonna have a T at all because your secondary street frontage, which is called your non-interior lot line,
Yes.
you have 80% on the second floor line,
Yeah.
right? To recognize the fact that you're already penalized with 2 front setbacks.
Yeah,
So
got it. Thank you.
Dan, did you have something to add about the 20%?
We're in trouble now.
Many, many years in this community, I don't know when it got changed in the code. You had two fronts to a corner property, for instance. You had one to an interior. It's the front of the house, okay? Never until the definition was added here, did we add primary frontage to the code, and you needed absolutely to go through the entire document. The document as written in 10.3.3, it does not zero in on, there are facades of houses, there are side facades, rear facades, front facades, but frontages, the way that you're using it, the reason for the primary frontage definition is to try to define where the front door goes. And
Say that again? The reason
the
for?
reason for the primary frontage definition that
Yeah.
you added was to try to determine where the front door goes. And bottom line is you have to go through, it is absolutely positively not clear that what you're taking 20% of in B3. It's not clear.
Thank you. So,
I would also say that my lot, for instance, is 135 feet deep, and I'm not sure what you subtract from, you just take you take the buildable area of the lot and use that dimension to apply your 20-foot 20% to. On my lot, for instance, I have a 135-foot lot. If you take away the 30-foot front setback and the 10-foot rear setback, you have a 95-foot distance that I can build on going back. Okay, am I taking 20% of that number? And if you do, it's 19 feet. And I argue with you, within 95 feet of buildable space, 19 feet of width to a structure that can go to the property lines is not enough.
Excuse me, Mayor.
yes,
The hand raised on Zoom. Callie Van.
okay.
Miss Van,
Hey, can you guys hear me?
sorry.
Yes.
Hey, this is Mike. This is Mike Leovano. I have a situation where I'm on a corner lot and we're a 30 setback. And if we were to build back heading towards the back of our house, we would only be able to really, because of the setbacks now, possibly fit in 17 feet wide, which I don't even know if we could do that. So if we wanted to build a 2-story, addition onto the back of the house, what would happen to the second story at that point? It'd be, if the actual building was only 17 feet wide, I would imagine that the second story would be non-existent. We wouldn't have that option because the rest of the current home is already built, and basically we would have to demolish what we currently have, which I'm, completely against that. So, my point is I would just like that to be taken into consideration. There's people in these types of situations, and obviously I would never want to take anything away from Biscayne Park, and I would do my best to make whatever I was going to do match the actual home. But in this situation, I don't, you know what I mean? Because of our current setbacks, I don't think that we would be able to have a second story.
May I respond to that? Hi, Mike. Thanks for coming.
Hey.
So, just as a general comment, when you work on things like this, there are always going to be lots that are different. There are lots that are different shapes and smaller and corner lots, and all these different considerations come into play. But it's going to make it nearly impossible to write anything. There's all kinds of things in our code that impact people differently. Gage, you have people come to you on some kind of a regular basis, I would think, that have some kind of a lot shape or something, and you have to take special considerations for whatever it is that they're trying to do, because they're a corner, they have 3 street frontages, they're a very small lot, they're an undersized lot per our current code. So there are lots of special circumstances like that. But you can't, I don't know how we write this to every special circumstance when our code does provide provisions for those special circumstances to come back and ask for special consideration. So there's that as well.
Yeah, I mean, as long as there would be an opportunity for a property owner like myself to be able to have some sort of variance or consideration for
That's already in our code. That's in our code already, and you have the ability, every homeowner has the ability to do that. There's a process. And we hear a couple of those a year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mike.
No problem.
All right, well, so
I want to go back to
where we
Art's
are.
thing. I want to hear Art present his lot coverage thing again, because now I'm intrigued.
What's there to present?
I don't know. I just want you to make
45.
45, I think that was the.
It's, listen, the privacy issue is something that is going to be extremely difficult to address and control and blah, blah, blah. That's just the reality. And again, if we were really going to be addressing privacy issues, one of the things that we should have been really concerned about was rear setbacks.
I agree. It's on
Not side setbacks. Nobody lives in their side yard.
What's placed on the back.
The majority of the people don't live on their side yards, okay? Except for you.
Well, except those sides, except those.
Except you all, whatever. A couple of people.
Except for half the people in the room.
You know what I'm saying?
And Ezra as well.
So, so that's that. But so if we're talking about mass, which is kind of what the only thing that I think that is something that I think that we should have some kind of impact on. I don't believe in addressing design or what people want to build on their private properties and how the building should look. That's just me. Okay. I don't feel comfortable doing that. But I do feel comfortable in trying to scale back mass, right? And this is just another alternative. This is just another way of doing it. And it's so if you say to people, okay, if you want to build a 1-story house, you have 50% of your lot that you're allowed to build on, and if you want to build a 2-story, then it's 40. I'm sorry, 45. I like 40 better. So it's just a small way to try to minimize the McMansion mass
Another way.
people we've been talking about.
Again, okay.
That's it.
So it's interesting. So I'm here just kind of playing with my calculator.
You gotta play devil's advocate again?
That really makes, on the first floor, it's like on not on some lots in here, but on an average village lot that many of us live on, you lose 563 square feet on the first floor, and that's 5% of the buildable area.
Continues to be.
No. It's not first floor and second floor. It's a 1-story house has a footprint.
Right.
And a 2-story house has a
Exactly.
smaller footprint.
Exactly.
It's not first floor and
Right,
second floor.
Right. So 50%, if you want to build a 1-story house, you're allowed to build.
Like we presently do.
Exactly.
Yep.
The minute it goes to a 2-story house, now it's 45%.
Yeah.
Well, then they would have.
Say
to
that
be
again, Ed.
grandfathered in.
Say that again, Ed. Uh-huh. E and Z guys are running for the mic.
The hypothetical. If someone has a 1-story home that's got 50% coverage, which no
Yeah.
one does, but if they do,
Right.
when they come in one day and they want to put a 2nd story,
Yeah.
what are we telling
They would
them?
have
You
to-
gotta take away
No, they'd
5% of the
Over to your
existing
pool.
1st-floor building.
They would have to be grandfathered in. Just like, well, for instance, and I've asked some people this question, and perhaps you can answer because nobody's been able to answer it. And you're an architect and a contractor. What happens when you have a established home, right? Now you're going to build this kind of construction where you have to pull in walls, right? Where there are currently bathrooms and bedrooms and whatnot. How do you cover that? Okay,
Can I just
nobody's been able to answer me that question yet. Maybe you can answer, but I haven't gotten a clear answer. So there's also that side of that question.
Of what we're looking at, of what's in there now.
Yeah, currently. So if I have a 5-bedroom house now and I have bathrooms on this side and bedrooms on that side, and now I got to bring the walls in, how do I cover?
The 2nd story.
Yeah, for the 2nd story. How do I cover that? And what is that? What kind of additional cost is that to me? So those are all questions that nobody's answered me yet. Gage?
Okay, so just to be clear, 50% is maximum lot coverage.
Right,
It's
right.
not dictating the size of the house.
Not the house. I
It
Understood.
means the house, the driveway, the
Everything,
pool.
all in,
So whether
all
it's
in.
50% or 45%, you could still have the same side house on there.
Yeah.
It's just your lot coverage.
It's lot coverage.
So it doesn't, decreasing it by 5% for a 2nd story
Oh,
doesn't do anything.
that's a
because
really good
You
point.
could literally just have the same side house and just not have a
And get rid of your front walkway.
Yeah,
But
get rid of
it
your front walkway.
but it increases the
Yeah.
yeah, that's
You're not
that's
saying anything.
It's not solving the
That's a good
problem is what
point.
you're saying.
but it increases landscape land, right? Doesn't it?
Okay, sure.
Okay, I mean, so that's a good.
But if you were saying the point was, I'm not arguing with you, I'm playing devil's advocate. If
I
it was
like
about-
arguing
but
though,
if it was
argue.
massing, see, I like debating too. If it's about massing, then it's not addressing the massing. He brings up an excellent point because it's not lot coverage is the pool, the decks, it's
Yeah.
everything. So you could have the exact same
Correct.
oversized giant mass house and just
But you still have.
put a gravel.
That's-
Does gravel count anymore towards lot coverage?
It's lot coverage. yeah.
It does, okay.
But you still have less building on that land, on that lot, and whether it's a driveway, whether, no. it doesn't-
That's
I'm talking about
coverage,
that.
not less building.
coverage. Less coverage, right? So whether it's a driveway, a pool, a deck, whatever,
But that's
Now-
not mass. Driveways and walkways and pools don't contribute.
but
to
it,
mass.
but it looks, from an aesthetic point of view.
It's not mass.
No.
The building is mass. A walkway is a horizontal surface at ground level. That's not mass. Mass is a building. Mass is this.
All right, well, then it is what it is. Then we don't, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, then I don't see any other way, because the way this is written, I'm not voting for it. So,
What about it is, are you objecting to?
so the everything, pretty much, the whole kit and caboodle, the way it's presented. And again, to this point,
Are you saying
I'm
the
still
content or the way it's presented?
I'm still confused about, the primary and the setback and all of that stuff, because, the way he explained it, which made sense, is stuff that I'm hearing now that I hadn't heard before. Nobody, and I've talked to a lot of people about this. And I think for me, this is more about a privacy issue than it is about mass issue. So, and I don't feel comfortable telling people what to build on, how to construct their homes and all these additional setbacks, and no. No. I don't remember who I told that, this place is starting to feel like an HOA, and I don't feel comfortable with it. So.
Can I just?
Sure, Gage.
Thank you. So just to kind of move this forward a little bit, does the board, I mean, I think the wordage is what's kind of gotten everybody all twisted here. And it was the introduction of the word frontage on this by, I think, that wasn't really ever in our code before. It was like, we had the side front, we had the front, we had the side, we had the rear. And so the word frontage has just twisted this all around. So I think if the wording was cleaned up, but I guess my point being is looking at this and going, does everybody agree that you can build up to 100% on the first floor to the setbacks? That's item A, number one. Are we all in agreement that check? Let's move on to the next one. Are
So
we?
you're talking about going back and looking at this line by line and
Yeah.
saying, what can we keep? What are we not
Yeah,
comfortable?
do we all
with?
agree that we can build up 100% to the side, the setbacks?
Yeah, but that's what's currently in our code.
Yeah, so
Okay.
check. That's the next.
Well,
So the next one.
I mean, if we're gonna go through it, then we need to go through it because that one I have a question about.
So
Yeah.
the next one, are we allowed 100% on the side setback line? Yes, I think that's how it is now, and I'd like there was any
Yes.
changes on it, so we're agreeing on that. Now, on the next one, number 3, do we all
But
agree? I mean,
hold on one second. Let's not blast through like that, please, because I would have comments about every single thing you've named so far, because again, there's a definition problem in B2 because it doesn't specify interior and side setbacks. So there's two different things there. When you say side, there's interior and side street frontages. So again, there's things in here that are not clear.
well, if it went back to the original terms that are actually already in our definitions, I believe we have side setback and then we have side front setbacks. So right now that is written as side setback, not side front setback. Or you could actually add that terminology to the first.
But we need to have, when you say side, you always have to specify interior or exterior, because we have sides that are streets.
Side street.
We have side street.
Okay, so
That's what I'm saying. It's not, we can't just bounce through it like this, guys. There's two different sides. Not every house. My house has one kind of side, but
would
Veronica
suggest-
Amsler's has two
Listen,
different kinds.
listen, it's 10 to 10. What I would suggest, somehow this verbiage gets clarified in order because the way everything is written right now, to me, it's just way too confusing.
Okay.
And I'm not going to vote on something that I'm not 1000% certain.
Nor should anyone,
Okay.
nor should anyone.
So
So
If
can I
this
make a
doesn't come back
suggestion?
clear, this is dead for me.
Can I make a suggestion?
What would be this?
There, I had, so in my notes, one of my very separate topics was definitions, because there's all kinds of definition issues in here. And I think some of that, if those issues weren't introduced in here, I think a lot of this confusion would be happening, because clearly some of you came in here thinking it says things that it doesn't say. Okay, so let's just start there. This group does not have a clear understanding of what's written here because we don't know what all these words mean, and that's a definition problem. So I think we need to clean up.
And if we're going to
ways-
address this, we also need to address the rear setback.
And I think
Because if that's not in play, this doesn't make no sense to me.
And that's on my list as well, Art, and especially things that are on that because, for the reasons that you brought up.
Okay.
So
another-
I was going through this the other night. I said to Dan, and this is the Art Gonzalez clause that has to be added.
Yeah.
I give your example all the time. So setbacks, we have definitions like lot line, side, and then elsewhere we call them interior and exterior. There's not consistency in the language. So there's some language there that needs to be cleaned up. Table A uses different definitions, front, rear, and sides, plural. But we need to pick one way to call it and call everything the same way everywhere we use it. And that will avoid a lot of this confusion. Frontage is the other one. Frontage is used, only primary frontage is defined, but frontage is used throughout this thing. And depending on what paragraph it's in, the meaning is different. The meaning is implied based on where it is, but it's not specified. So that's tangling everybody up as well.
So we need some additional clarity on definitions and terms. Who do we task this with? Is this something Alex, is this?
At this point.
Alex and I can work on doing the clarification on that language.
Okay.
That'll be prepared for next time, but there's still some more substantive issues that you guys.
Correct.
not
We didn't even get
And
to.
my point of this is that we
Right.
got tangled up in a big, long conversation of confusion because people were looking at these things and thinking it meant something that it didn't say. And I get it.
So are we saying we're gonna go revise the current wording and come back so it describes it?
First reading, please. We've got to get the first. reading.
So
I don't think we
that's
can
what
bring
I'm
this
not
back into first
comfortable
reading.
with.
No way.
And I want,
See how it can be first reading if we haven't agreed to anything.
We've agreed on setbacks, so even if we define things,
But
then
not enough to bring it back to first reading.
no.
no, and that's why, that's where I was going.
It
I
can't be
think
added to the
for
April
me,
meeting.
today we accomplished one thing, which was the height elevation. Which is great. I had two things to tick on my list of what I wanted to see changed, or that I was willing to have a conversation on, regarding the section 10. One was height and the other one was mass articulation. And I don't want to see rearranging definitions, provided that it comes back with the 20 and the 80 and that again. I would want to leave something more, again, open to work around for the designer to decide at what percentages. If, again, and I know it's not,
Well, if we don't,
coming
if
from
we
the
don't
confusion of
tie it
this.
up, then what is it? Then what have we added to the code?
And-
If it's not tightened up somewhere, then it's too subjective.
well, it is subjective because again, so far has worked on the hands of the P and Z board.
But they're standing here before us saying, we need this, guys.
Correct.
It's not working anymore. And we have 10 in front of us look at Ed saying, yeah, we have 10 in front of us in the past 3 months. Guys, we need this. It's not, we didn't dream and scheme this up. Here they stand saying, please.
And let me
please.
ask you on this 10, because I have questions on that, and this is the first time I hear it. So for me, it was, again, it was surprising to hear that we went from 4 new constructions average a year to 10 in the first quarter. So are this, so in order to kind of, again, in my eyes, I'm thinking a lot of these new constructions that are coming in, not necessarily are 35 feet tall square buildings, which we have problems with.
Can I
A
just?
lot of the new constructions might be very well with the harmonious aspects of the village that we are approving. So from those 10, I would like to be shown literally, I would love to see, and I will touch on.
Go to a
one
P
of
and Z
the
meeting and you can see all the plans.
that you share. It would be if pulling those plans and seeing which homes we have an issue with. Why is it? Is it because specifically someone raised their hands nearby as a comment? To your point, there's people coming in and objecting they don't have privacy. Maybe there is a space for the document to include that you have to have a certain amount of elements to check for privacy instead of being prescriptive and saying you can't build. Maybe there is a check item list that out of 5, you have to meet 3. Again, I want to be conscious and clear on from this 10 construct, which we have issues with. Because what I see in the village is that besides 1 or 2 homes that we pointed at today, the historic one, green home, and 117 between 7 and 8 or 6 and 7, that has been what have been talked about, the monstrosity of the home. The rest, and we did a drive-through with Gage, kind of seeing the new construction, and a lot of it was fantastic, and it brings value, and it's within the aesthetics of the village. So
As I make a motion to extend this another 15 minutes, because obviously.
Second that.
thank you. So wrapping this up, I just want to be very respectful for your feedback. This for me, again, I didn't receive the email. I went through this now, so I was digesting as I was bringing my questions to you. One thing I want to leave out, Gage, you show me there is a developer that's trying to put 2 houses the same in 2 different locations. I have an issue with that and then that is not addressed here.
Why do you have an issue with that?
I have an
Dev-
issue with
devil's
the
advocate.
idea, yeah. And this is not addressed in the ordinance, correct? Do we have any place, and that was a question, do we have any place in the code right now that that prevents this from happening? No,
No, we have nothing in the code that says you can't have 2
Correct.
houses that are the same. I mean,
not
but-
lots,
but
house.
But this particular one that you're referring to, was at our last board meeting, and they're presenting to put 2 houses on 2 5 blocks apart.
Correct.
streets.
And they're exactly the
They're
same
exactly
floor.
the same,
Okay.
basically.
And to be
Why do I
clear,
have
I'm
a
sorry,
problem
while
with
you're on
that?
that, to be clear, there are probably many examples in Biscayne Park of identical homes
Correct, and I know.
that have
There are
been
a
here
bunch
for
of-
75 years.
And there are a bunch of those. I understand. There's also been the discussion that if we ever see the duplexes come down, they still raise as single-story homes, right? Like single-family homes.
Say that again?
In some areas, just correct me if I'm wrong, please, go ahead.
Duplexes can become.
So if,
Not if they're in zone B,
It's unlike yes.
sector
okay,
B.
so is a sector where that can happen. So what I'm trying to say, clearly, I would not like to see the character of the village. We spend a lot of time today talking about, that is a way to making it cheap. I'm sorry, I don't want to be disrespectful with the word, but it's copy pasting on the
Cheap.
village. And so at the end of the day, it does lower the value, cookie cutter homes. At the end of the day, that's what it is. Mass production of 3, 4 styles of a home repeated across the board. We don't have that. So it is a problem for me. The question is, through your reading, because I might not be understanding it correctly, to your reading, the current ordinance as we have it, does it address that?
No.
Okay, so
Two
that's
buckets,
something
no.
I would like to see there.
But
I don't know how you would address that though.
And then I don't know, I just want.
I don't, that sounds like that could really get you in the
Yeah.
Harrison Ford problems. But, because I mean.
But what
right
about
around, we
if
we
we're,
prob- There are some styles that we probably have 20, 25, 30 of them or more.
not
Emission
style,
styles.
floor, literally copy paste.
No.
Same.
No, I'm saying we have them. Look at some of the mission houses. They're
No.
cookie cutter.
No, but what they're saying is, and the examples that Gage shared with
Mhm.
me, this developer,
Mhm.
it is exactly the same floor plan.
I understand that. I'm saying
it's
that
not
there are
just the
examples in this
style.
village of homes like that.
Correct.
I
So
don't think you can control that. I really don't. I mean, unless Valerie knows something, I really don't think you can control.
She's shaking her head no.
I mean, I could do some research on it. I've never seen that done in any jurisdiction, and I could see that being problematic and inviting lawsuits.
But,
Look,
but I'm
I-
just saying, that's an example of, okay, just
That's
to
prescriptive.
recap our meeting of last week.
Yeah.
This developer came in and they presented both houses. Our primary concern was the one wall that is 79 feet long by 23 feet high that is on the 10-foot setback
Yep.
to the neighbor next door.
Yep.
That was our major talk with them, is like, what are you gonna do to break this wall up? Because first of all, the neighbor next door has no idea that this house is being built. There's no notification.
Okay.
There's nothing. And all of a sudden, this house is gonna get approved, and that neighbor next door in their pool is gonna be, oh my God, there's a 79-foot wall next to my house. It's not just the front, 11 feet, whatever Dan's trying to say. It's 79 feet. So that was our number one concern. The second concern was, hey,
Oh.
these two houses are very similar. Are you willing to work with us and change them? And I believe that we can't really talk because we're actually going to vote on this. I believe that the developer actually heard us and said, oh, you know what? Maybe we can do some things to make this different. This is where this is where our board has the ability to make suggestions and talk to people. We don't have a legal leg to stand on,
Yeah.
but we have the right to go, hey,
Correct.
you know what? Can't you do something different? And so they actually seem very willing to do that.
And that
Age.
developer could just as easily say,
no.
no, no. And if you try to force it, I will sue you, Little Biscayne.
Age, but the way this is written, that 79-foot wall would still be there. It just would be an additional 5 feet in, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And again, my point is. if-
And windows would be placed differently. We don't have that in
Yeah,
our code.
that's a whole nother topic.
But actually, no, it actually, there's further language down. If you, letter D, articulation, wall planes shall be developed in such a manner as to provide movement and articulation to prevent extensive blank walls. So even if it's 15 feet back, it still has to provide movement and
What
articulation.
does that mean?
That means there's
Like
got to
it's
be
can-
something going
I'm
on.
breaking it.
Be something going on there.
So it is addressed
architectural
in
thing.
this code. It's just a little further down. It's kind of like Commissioner Amsler said, it's kind of like Golden Beach. They actually say, you need to have some movement. They dictated 50%. We were actually dictating 80%
Yeah.
movement.
I have no idea what movement is in a wall. I mean,
It
listen,
just can't
I'm
be a
being, I'm
blank
not being,
wall.
well, no, okay, it's okay. So it's got windows and then maybe a balcony or whatever, but is that what's considered movement?
Anything that's
I
not one-
understand, but I mean. Right, but if it's not window.
They're in the plane.
Okay. Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay, so one little bit further in, another one a little bit.
Ed, if you read that in our code as an architect, if I hired you to build a house, would you know what that meant? There you go.
So we do address that, even at 15
Learning a lot
feet.
today.
Mhm.
So
By the way, the 10 houses that you're talking about that are, those are all, you said tear downs or currently they're in the,
there are 10 applications in at different various stages that are new construction.
none of them are empty lots.
Some of them will be because they've actually now asked for demo permits.
No, but what I'm
without
saying is
construction.
none of them are currently empty lots. I
I
mean, we have empty
don't
lots in this.
recall- I
village.
don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
I can't recall every single.
Hmm? We have one right next to my house on Griffin, bro.
We have like 6 or 7 empty lots.
There was a house there one time. Yes, I get it.
Right, well, as much as I appreciate where we're going with this, we're getting into bigger issues with about 10 minutes left. And we need that 10 minutes to plan on what the next step is going to be at this point. We have not even got down to the windows issue. We have not even got down to the roof decks. and
Look,
the
I
building-
think we made great progress tonight. We
don't
we never
I
had
don't
this
disagree.
conversation.
I agree.
I've
Don't
been waiting for
disagree.
6 months to have this damn conversation. We finally had
This
it.
gentleman here would like to say something.
Hi,
We don't got all that time, so.
Ezra Deutsch
Boop.
again. Don't worry, this is like 10 seconds. And I appreciate the stats that were brought, the 3.7 houses per year. And this year we're doing 10 houses, which is 1% about of the 1100. I love numbers and I love stats. So this is a 3 standard deviation move in 1 year. But I'd like to see through the housing boom, like stats. What was it between 2000 and 2008?
Mhm.
Like, this won't happen all the time.
No.
In 1 year. So let's not craft everything around.
It's not gonna
1
be,
year.
it's not gonna be the same next year.
This-
the year
yeah,
after that.
this
That's
is-
right.
this is-
Ezra, to be clear, when I brought this 2 years
Thank you.
ago, this hadn't happened. These 10 and
Precisely.
3 months hadn't happened. So, I mean, it was a concern even
I
before.
don't want all the discussion to be around red alert, 10 houses, like.
1% of our housing stock in 3 months. 3 months.
And,
pretty much.
and how many times does that happen? Excuse me.
They're from March.
How many times does that
April,
happen?
May, Feb, March.
It's a
That's-
3 standard deviation move. It doesn't happen very often.
3 months.
Precisely.
That's what-
Now we're on the developer's radar and they're swooping in.
All right.
How many of the same developer signs do you see around this?
Year after.
How many of the same developer signs do you see in this village when you guys drive around? Yes. Yeah, the developers. They're the developers who are coming in and doing it.
I see contractor signs.
Yeah. So I'm saying is, I'm not saying it's a bad thing either, but to Gage's point, we're on people's radar and here they come.
And
They come.
I think that's a good point on I mean, it's not to be conscious. I mean, this is not a bad thing. And that's why I would like to see within those 10 that been submitted or they're working on, how are they deviating in a way versus what we want to see? Because if you guys have been doing a great job so far, but for everything we've said, if one of those homes is still saying no to the flexibility you're asking, that's not an issue. To my eyes, that's what I'm thinking.
It might
You
be an
guys are
issue if it
still
was next
able
to
to
you.
combine, if you guys are still able to work around 9 of those to be within the aesthetics of the village. Again, provided that maybe we do include something that needs to be knocking on your neighbor's door to advise him 30 days before construction happens about your blueprint. I don't know. I'm thinking out loud of things that I've spoken with other architects as well, or planners that they suggest. So I think the idea of, again, from 0 to 100, it's just,
I beg to
We have
differ,
an
Veronica.
important-
I'm sorry, I have to challenge you a little bit on that. This is not 0 to 100. This is minimal stuff that other communities do. Please don't characterize it as if we're going off the deep end here. We're really not. So let's just kind of, if you want to say be easy about overreacting to what you consider to be a small number of homes, let's not, minimize that either. So. I mean,
no, I don't minimize it, Mac, but I'm just trying to find a middle point. And right now,
I think we
providing,
all are.
well, I
What
mean,
we're doing is really very small.
but I just want to be clear, it's not minimizing. This is people's money. This is tax revenue for the village. This is.
Which will not be impacted. Be clear on that. Please. Because when
know.
you say that, because Veronica, following what exactly, if we voted this through tonight and it was a new law of the land, you could build a bigger house than exists in Biscayne Park right now, and the taxes would be through the roof.
Correct,
That
but if you were to maximize again, because your speech at the beginning of all this, when the question was, why are we doing this? Had a lot to do with developers coming into the village, knocking down their homes and building to the maximum amount.
I'm not sure I actually said that.
Yes. And you're like, that's what they're doing. That, I can quote you on that. And again, so that's why I have in my mind, because these are the objectives that were presented at the beginning. If you go back to your very first presentation, privacy is an issue that is brought up, and this is what we're trying to.
Overall scale of the.
Correct. So thinking of that, let's put it, because I don't think only on developers, which is a minor percentage of the people coming, as we have seen on the numbers.
100% of those, of the figure of 10 that gave gauges.
Correct. But my point is, I worry about the residents that want to do additions to their homes. So when it comes to that, every number will matter, and there will be, okay, if I want to build an amazing house and sell it and get that revenue for me, what would that mean? So that's what I mean.
Well,
It's not minimizing, and I just want to be fair with that.
So I think they still have the ability to do that.
Mayor, if I might. may-
Quickly,
just- Sorry.
we have to address something very
I know,
important.
I know. So I honestly do think that this was a good meeting. There was a lot of ideas and viewpoints that were brought out. You have 2 members of a board that were sitting here listening to these viewpoints. Matt, I suggest that you send it back to the planning board.
So you're going,
Because we're talking about 1 page.
right, you're
The rest
going,
of
you're,
it all, I think, is all pretty not a lot of controversy. So maybe send it back, let the board look at it, work with the attorney.
so that's exactly the
and
point that I
then
needed to address.
Come back to another one of these meetings in a month or so, and then hopefully have some language that's more agreeable.
So that's exactly my point. In moving forward right now with the last few minutes that we have, we need clarity on what the next step is and what we are asking our people to do with this language. Because there's a very important issue that I see here is that there's some disagreement on the idea of setbacks in general. So if we go back and we say, just clean this up and add some definitions, but keep all the setbacks the same, nobody's going to agree. So what's the point? So where do we send it? That's the question.
I think Gage just gave us a good solution to that, which is here they sat, they listened to us. Let's let them propose something back to us. They know where we all five.
Sure.
And Dan is welcome to come to the meeting too.
Sure.
And by the way, those meetings are public and anybody
Sure.
can go to those meetings and share public opinion at those meetings too. They're not secret. Dan, Ezra, show up at those meetings and share your opinion, but let them bring something back to us to consider.
Go ahead, Dan.
So I'm sorry, just to wrap it up, I'm going to add that preamble from Indian Creek. And then we'll work with
We'll
the planning board again
Oh.
and try to clean up
Wait,
that
is that-
one section. I mean, I think that's where we're gonna focus.
Okay.
I haven't,
Okay.
did
Make
you
it
all
simpler.
agree on that?
We're still
We're
discussing.
we're asking the
Well,
parties
but-
involved to,
What I was gonna say is I believe the Indian Creek language probably allows for more of the home to come to the setback lines. But and for the articulation that everybody wants, but it may do less in regard to privacy. Okay, you can also
Exactly.
possibly add something there that the board may consider existing properties next
Property.
door. If you have a blank wall next door, why can't I build a blank wall next to your blank wall? Okay, if you have a pool
We don't
next
have any
door,
blank walls, thank
maybe
God, but yes.
the building needs to be reoriented in a different direction such that I have less visibility, not.
Or the
considering- not
orientation or the
considering
placement of the house on the
not considering
property.
The 16 cameras I can put up on the outside of my house looking at your property.
sure. Okay, so I think we like that idea then. We're gonna ask Alex to use that preamble language to try and fashion
Send it back to the board.
send it back to the planning board to have them try to do some of the things that we've discussed here tonight, propose something to us.
But we have
We
to ask the
appreciate-
$1 million question. There's $1 million question. I hope the answer is not $1 million.
That is,
We're running out of time on Alex's.
Yes, we
clock
are.
For him to work. No, I don't mean tonight. I mean on
No,
his dime.
yes.
Yeah, so,
But
yeah, exactly. So we need,
Right.
we need to consider that. So, I mean, and here we are kicking it down the curb again, and we're asking Alex to do more work. Alex, are you able and willing to do this next step for us on the current? Okay, we need to ask him. It's only, look, we're paying him,
course.
man.
We need to understand what it would take. Is that something that we are able to do with Alex?
We will accept any donation of time for work given to the village.
And money.
All right,
So can we get another date on the calendar now? So we all have something to look forward to and the board?
I think that's a good idea. We should probably put it down now.
I'm sorry, if you could come up after the meeting, I want to write down the language.
Can we get this on a calendar?
All right,
Because the board meets twice a month. And if we want to give them 2 meetings to go through this after these guys work on it, I need to get it on my work calendar. A month from now would be Tuesday, the 25th. You want to go a week into May and give them 5 weeks? We have a commission meeting on the 2nd. We could do it after that. I mean, it doesn't have to be on a Tuesday for me. It just seems to be when we typically do our meetings.
I'm open. I'm pretty open any day.
Well, they have 2 meetings a month. So if we gave them a month or a little bit more, they're gonna have 2 meetings for them to look at it.
I'm okay with giving them as much time. As
Oh.
they want. What I'm saying is for us, right? We don't want to put this with a commission meeting because it's
No, no.
going to be a whole separate thing. Oh, okay.
Another one like this.
Great.
How are you guys on Saturdays? I don't see anything in our charter that provides, that prevents that. Does it have to be Tuesday for everybody?
On the 29th.
9th. Pull an all-day meeting and tie the 2 together?
That's gonna be long on itself. So that's not a bad idea.
For the commission retreat at 9 o'clock on Saturday. How much time? How much time? If that's the time that you need, then I think it's important that you,
Tuesday, May 9th.
I'm fine with that. That's fine. We want to make sure you guys have enough time because we're asking a lot and we're appreciative of your effort. So then that's what we're looking at, the 9th.
I'm good with Tuesday, May 9th, 6 p.m.
Okay. Okay. Tuesday the 9th. Tuesday the 9th. Okay. in time. Okay, 6 PM. Motion to it. Then 6 PM, 6 PM, yes, sorry, 6 PM. Okay,
To adjourn.
motion to adjourn. Second, all in favor? Aye.